image of a baguette cut gem in phyllite. Nothing super fancy, but I'm going to be a little cheesy here. I'm going to make this into a tomb and give this tomb to my Baron. Sorry, dwarf, but I've got to remove your bedroom. Do you have a title? No, you don't. Tisk. Hey. Screw it. I'll give it to that dwarf. So this right here is going to be given to my Baron, my Baroness, who is now satisfied. Kept carving images of cats and dogs and artifacts because you had to slaughter so many of them. Oh, was it images of them slaughtering cats and dogs? Because that's kind of grim. I mean, it highly depends on the fortress, right? Actually, just going to take this squad off duty. Just want to make this more consistent. All right, you, speaking of things, being more consistent. Okay, fine. Sweet, grab the right one. We're gonna load from here. And you're just gonna load all stone, except for metal ore. And that should be everything. I'm rebuilding an infinite stockpile from before. Although, shit, did I even build that right? I think it's going south. I can just make sure I did that right by doing this. So even if it isn't, it'll work. Yeah, no, dwarves tend to either carve images of notable events or things that was notable to them. So like a dwarf slaughtering something could be considered notable to them. Man, this fort is getting kind of empty feeling. Getting kind of empty. This is speeding this process up, which is kind of what I needed. Kinda what I needed. Let's turn off auto on that. Dwarf was found dead? Oh. Must have been, found dead inside of a rock. I was gonna say, is anybody gonna die touching this? Here's hoping not. Kind of amazed this is actually mining out. See what you can do with this. 1, 2, and 3. Let's also do that. So you'll mine through this. And then probably mine through that. Let's also dig through that. And this. And now that all of that is done, dig up. But I mean, the classic dwarven engraving is dwarves that just happen to like a particular kind of cheese, drawing lots of images of cheese. I mean, there's this one legendary tale that Toady has told 1,000,000 times of a dwarf who, and the reason I this one, at least in my mind, is something that I think of is because it was in a pretty early Dwarf Fortress documentary done by a group called On Doubt, which I think was making Dwarf Fortress documentaries before they were cool. It's like a 30-minute series of interviews with like some very surface level Dwarf Fortress history, which I think is very much worth watching if you're interested in Dwarf Fort, but there's definitely better things out. There's better like tellings of the stories of Dwarf Fortress these days, but Tarn tells this story of a Dwarf Fortress player who had a dwarf who really, really liked cheese. And they dug too deeply and the horrors of hell were invading the fortress. And the last thing that dwarf did was, or the last thing the player was able to do was to tell this dwarf to engrave a wall next to them as like a memorial to the fortress. And so they did. And the image that dwarf drew was an image of cheese because it was that dwarf's favorite thing. So, you know, engravings of cheese is a particularly noteworthy thing for numerous reasons. Also, chat room, I'm just trying to keep the chat moving. So my question was too, how was your weekend? Because I haven't really had much opportunity to talk about your weekend. I mean, I babbled about mine a bit. It was a long weekend here, so there was a lot of things going on downtown. I wasn't as productive as I could have been. I wasn't planning to be home this weekend. I was kind of planning to be camping. So because I didn't end up going camping, I figured I would just like take 2 days off, which I did. And then after those 2 days off, I more or less just worked on video and shorts. And I actually got some blog posts done, which is good. That's the first time in a while that I've gotten a bunch of blog stuff finished and out and posted. I also got a blog post scheduled for next week. So got one already for next week as well, which I'm quite happy with. And we are actually in a position now where once I get rid of all this water at the very least, we can just dig down into hell. Was good job get? You got a job? Well, hell yeah. That's good. That's good, I would say. And you may wonder, Blind, why are you digging through the ground into hell? Well, it's releasing the water down onto the lava below and turning it into obsidian immediately. Plains Titan Kutzmosp Tomstutan has come, an enormous scaly snail. It has thin wings of stretched skin and an austere look about it. Its sea green scales are jagged and overlapping. Beware its deadly speed. Where is it? Well, it is up here. Wow, that's the worm. I've never seen a worm with a snail shell like that before. Oh. 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 That's a... Huh. Motherfucker's been busy. 255 other kills. Can you believe it? 55. First kill in year 2. Most recent kill in 1046. Locked doors send it through hell. It would need to go directly through the entirety of my fortress to do that, so that is not an option here. Although, it doesn't have a way into the fortress. Unless it goes through the caves. So what I'm gonna do... Oh my god. Okay, sweet. I was gonna say, have all of the coffins been claimed? I'm going to... Mark Dwarves, Mark Dwarves, Mark Dwarves, Mark Dwarves. Tell all my Mark Dwarves to go stand down here. And I'm going to follow that Titan. Duh! Okay, side note, I don't know how it got into my fort, but somehow it did. Do I have a hole in the ground? I must. I don't see one, though. And one of my adventurers appears to have killed it, so... Bashes the plains Titan with a primeval maul bruising the fat. Snail says, this is my fight too, I will take my revenge. I do have to say, it's funny that Snail, my captain of the guard, killed the snail. Ratmost, hello, hi. What a letdown? I mean, I would say this is a positive because I can get back to what I was doing, which is going to hell, so... But sure. If your definition of letdown is the beast wasn't that big of a threat, then, well, I don't know what you were expecting, but, although we've done good. Got some more of this lava down here. What are we doing this, and why are you in this handbasket? I'm not positive you're in this handbasket, but what are we doing? I'm digging into hell. Any beginner tips for this fortress, for this game if you had a number 1? Don't be afraid of losing a fort, because you will lose forts and it's part of the game. Keep playing forts in the same worlds, and all that dwarves really need is booze, a source of food, and a place to sleep, and a place to socialize. So focus on those things, but most specifically, don't be worried about having to start over, because it is very much encouraged and very much is part of the game. That's a lot of water. Losing is, in fact, fun. This is a game that can be micromanaged to insane depths, but doesn't need to be. I think it's something else that's worth noting. Yeah. Okay, well, that could have been bad, but it wasn't. I think what I'm going to do is this. Wish us luck, chat. I'm also going to go through here and forbid everything in this. Who's digging this very dangerous hole? It's Bismuth. Bismuth is digging this very... Can I have 5 minutes? Game, please. Thank you. The Forgotten Beast Rakust Mabs of Mother I don't even care anymore. Has come an enormous quadruped composed of amber. It has a pair of spindly antennae and it has a gaunt appearance. Yada yada. Hippity hoppity. Oh, it's okay. It's in hell, so it doesn't matter to me. It's gonna die in a second. Sweet. Hell has a distraction. Quick. So this is gonna pump lava in here, which is now beginning. Because we are dumping water down into here. Uh-oh. Cthulhu crafting, this is a bad idea. Cthulhu crafting, did you bring a pickaxe? Cthulhu crafting, this is not a good place to be. Cthulhu crafting, what are you doing? The imprisoned blossom. Well, shit. Cthulhu crafting is now Cthulhu dead. The first dwarf to die in hell, specifically, died to a winged phantom, which is a large quadruped composed of ash. It has wings and it squirms and fidgets. I'm going to grab you. I'm going to grab you. I'm going to grab you. I'm going to grab you and you. And I'm going to tell them all to go stand right here. Oh, here comes one. Cthulhu crafting has been found dead. Okay, so there's 1, 2. Seems to just be the 2. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Well, hold on to your butts, kids, because we're about to fight something. Something nasty. I'm also going to tell somebody to go pull this lever. Hopefully somebody pulls it. Okay, well, somebody's got fire. Iteb, the Swords Dwarf, is on fire. So that's the Banshee of Fire, which is a quadruped composed of flames. Thankfully, very fragile. You're stunned, and you're bleeding. Surtha is bleeding. The small fight against hell begins. I'm going to zoom out a little bit just so that we can see if this is getting done. Is somebody getting pulled? I do have a child pulling a lever, so hopefully that door is going to get closed in a second. Who are you? That's my broker. Okay. Several dwarves is on fire. I do have a Mark's dwarf who's doing their best, but probably not going to be all that successful. Got other dwarves coming around the corner. What are you wielding? You forgot to bring bolts. Okay. The fighting begins. One of the demons has fallen. Was bested by somebody. Was it you, Darkish? Oh, I think it was Darkish. Darkish has killed one. The demons have been sealed in, so it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. A lot of them are made of steam. Banshee of Fire is obviously made of fire, which is going to make it a little burny. But Mr. Cinders there hopefully won't be too big of a threat for us. The dwarves are continuing to... Uh-oh. My broker has caught on fire. Deucem, you are a good broker. The Banshee of Steam here is enraged at all enemies and currently getting stabbed by a Swords Dwarf. Chat, can I get a vile force of darkness, please? And YouTube chat, please hit the excitement button, or like, you know, the heart button, the party button a little bit, because it's very appropriate here. We are currently fighting with a bunch of demons, for anybody who's confused. The Swords Dwarf stabs a Spectre of Steam in the upper leg with a steel short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc, as you would expect. So the Spectre of Steam is now dead, which is very helpful, actually. It puts out all the fires. My broker is somehow not dead because the Spectre of Steam put out the fire around them. That's actually very useful that the Spectre of Steam can put out fires when they die. Another one of the big danger noodles appears right there at the bridge. And I've got more dwarves with adamantine gear coming in. I see my broker on fire. My spear dwarves here. This is one of my more talented spear dwarves, who's a master spear dwarf, is currently fully decked out in all the gear, who even brought some ale so they have a chance if, you know, the fires get put out. I'm also going to move the station forwards a little bit here. Move it up to here. So that those dwarves over here can fire bolts out, such as this one, who is firing bolts. I see... Another dwarf has fallen. We're down to Surtha and Cthulhu Crafting have fallen. We've got a recruit who's in there who's very injured alongside of this one, who are probably going to fall unless this Spectre of Steam can go down. It's really just these ones with the fire that are a concern for us. Please don't set my wood on fire. That would be very annoying. It's a very small stack of wood, but hey, it's still wood. The recruit here fired a Banshee of Fire, and it jumped away and actually missed with their second shot. You got you back here who hasn't fired yet, and you who actually knows how to shoot a bolt, so hopefully you can land some hits. We've got a rather large crew over there on the left fighting with a Spectre of Steam. It is steaming, which means it's probably about to go down, hopefully sooner than later. It appears to not have gone down, which is a wee bit bothersome. Up here, this thing is not super scary. I mean, it is a blob composed of salt. So it's basically just a giant salt rock that's rolling around and trying its best to crush dwarves. The Marks dwarves from the north are coming through. I really need to make more bolts and make them available down here. Or rather, make another bolt stockpile down here. I do see some of the dwarves having bolts, but a lot of them didn't have time to equip them. The salt box is now done. This dwarf stabbed the white specter with slapped the white specter with the adamantine short sword, breaking away the tissue. Did you kill it? Oh yeah, you did. Kill up? Yeah, you did. Down here we've got Fazim Fizban Zifnab, whose upper arm is bruised and is actually currently doing a lot of dodging of fire because fire hot and fire bad. You don't want fire on you. But these Bernie demons are currently the biggest threat to my dwarven lives. And as you can see, a lot of dwarves are currently dying. Sumo's passed away. Stormdorf is dead. We also have a good number of dwarves back here. This creature is a demon of brine, which has killed a number of dwarves at this point, which is actually a big fucking shame because it's not that strong. It's just a lizard composed of salt. It's just surrounded by steam, so the dwarves can't actually see it, which is the problem. This thing up here, with all of the fire attached to it, is the biggest threat to the future safety of the fortress. If we had a slightly better setup here, our likelihood of surviving this influx would have been higher, but it's a good thing we got this door shut at the very least. That is the thing that's going to save the fort, if anything. The dwarves just need to keep dodging, and I just need some Marks dwarves to get lucky shots off, because they're the only thing that can really hit these monsters right now. What are you doing? Wandering through? Okay. It's just the two of them. Come on, dwarves. We got this. Like, my really talented dwarves haven't even made it down yet, and we've still got other dwarves incoming. I mean, yeah, we've still got a lot of dwarves incoming. Let's just leave the game unpaused. Seeing bolts flying. Very brave dwarf dodging in between. Down to 77 dwarves. Firing bolts. Ah, come on there, Iral. Oh. Okay, I thought another one went down. Firing bolts up by the doorway there. Actually deflecting them? Or is there somebody back here? Oh, you're still alive firing bolts. Hang in there, dwarf. Get a shot in. Okay, so there's only one Banshee of Fire left. One was killed. It's just this one, which has killed 6 of my dwarves. They just need to land a shot. Silverbolt hits it in the front leg, breaking away the tissue. Bolts are still flying, and it's dodging. Come on, dwarves. You got this. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, let's just pause the game for a second here. Frame rate's gonna get tough. The Whiskered Sweat. You finished a meeting, so you reschedule. Well, I mean, it ain't over until all the dwarfs is dead, so. Okay, hold on. I'm going to do some DF hack here to speed up the frame rate. This will temporarily fix the frame rate. And I have to snooze a second set of ads. Okay, let's unpause the game. Okay, never mind. Okay, creature's going up the stairs. We're at 2 frames a second, by the way. It's all the smoke. Oh, there's absolutely hope. Like, trust me, we are not out of this yet. We're certainly in a precarious situation, but we're not out of this yet. The frame rate's pretty tough, though. Okay, hold on. What are you breathing fire at? Ah. Sorry, kid. You're dead anyway. And, okay. Monster moving up. We got a recruit in the stairs who's now dying. Where are you, dwarf? This would take a very long time to clear if I wasn't using the clear smoke command. But it's still going to take a very long time. I do think we can kill this thing. But this is going to take a while. So I'm probably just going to let those ads play because I only have one more snooze left. But where is it exactly? I'm telling the soldiers to stand here. Okay, it's pretty close. So let's just let it run. What do I like to listen to? I listen to the video game soundtrack for 2 reasons. 1, I don't like my VODs getting muted. And 2, I really don't like my VODs getting muted. What do I like to listen to? More stuff than I can recite in a reasonable amount of time. You assume your dwarf is dead. I don't know. Maybe. It's not an unfair assumption. Nope. Still alive. I'm just going to get rid of these fires to speed this up. If I was playing on my own time, I would just let it burn. Let it take its time. But no, I'm a very big music fan, but I've got a lot of different kinds of music that I listen to. And please don't ask me what my favorite band is. I couldn't tell you. Or my favorite artist. It changes on the week. Okay. I'm going to do a bunch of DF hacking, but I'm not actually going to make the game any easier for myself. See, there's already smoke coming out of him, which is the problem. There we go. That's what I need to be seeing. Okay. There's a child here burning. You are burning. There isn't enough dwarves in here yet. Well, let's wait. How do you get rid of a constructed wall? Click this button, and then select it, but you need somebody assigned to mining. So if you open up this screen by hitting Y on the keyboard, you need at least one person assigned to mining with a pick equipped. Otherwise, it won't work. Okay, smoke is starting to come out of the stairs. I will pause the game if something crazy happens, but ads are about to play. Also, nice dwarfs. 69. Nice. Teeth just came flying out of that hole. That's a little distressing. Just slightly. Oh, hey. Burning child comes out of the hole. Well, that's disturbing. And blood flies off of them. And more blood flies off of them. Then fire shoots. I should pause. Okay, game is paused. The Teeth of a Burning Child. Teeth of a Burning Child is my favorite suffocation album. I'm gonna go take a toilet break because we're in an ad break. BRB. Actually, also, might as well. All right, well, it got sunny outside. It's one hell of a sentence. Well, I mean, so's this fortress. I don't know, there's probably some AAA horror game that has something similar. RX and dumb, but... Alright, where is this creature? Another gust of fire comes out. The game is running at about 3 frames a second now, which is a pretty big improvement, actually. The child is now dead. That dwarf is hungry. Honey, we've got bigger problems. Bolts are now being loosed. And I think hit it. Yeah, I didn't see it go past. It didn't dodge either. Fireball flies out. blocked by the dwarf with the adamantine short sword, who is Kel. Another gust of fire comes out. Kel blocks all the shots. How many bolts do you have, dwarf? Need you to fire another one. It does take them 10 ticks to fire it a second time. Oh, you have 9 bolts. 9 steel bolts. Also, this dwarf needs a raise. They keep blocking stuff. Another bolt comes out of the shadows. Probably hitting the creature. Playing at 1 frame a second, which honestly is a nice dramatic slow. Another fall of fire gets blocked by Kel. Just use bins. Make some bins. For a new player, just recommend bins. This person started playing today, Ratmost. Quantum stockpiles are something that you do once you know what you're doing. You're like skipping 5 steps of learning curve there if you're doing that. But yeah, just make wooden bins if you're super early on. Expect things to make no sense, Rowan. You know, this is one of those instances where I actually don't mind the frame rate being super laggy. Because we just get to see this in its full dramatic glory. Especially because the game is still moving, which is what we need. And another bolt comes flying from off screen. Did that one just get unexisted by the fire? I can't tell. It kind of looked like it. Wild. There's also steam coming off the creature. It's probably bleeding, actually. So it's the creature's like own blood is evaporating off of its body, if I were to bet. Another bolt. 1 bolt missed, which is why it's going that way. Another bolt goes directly towards it. That one also missed. Oh, the frame rate's picking up. We're up to 2 frames a second. 3, 5, 6. Creature's moving at a more reasonable pace now. Okay. Kel is not on fire yet, but maybe in a moment. Kel has dropped their shield. More bolts are flying. Many bolts are flying, actually. Dwarves are dodging the fire and the flames. And are continuing this grand foray. Man, they are exhausting their ammunition very quickly. Enter Bunny, no! This is one of the longest running dwarves in this fort. Has been in the fort since 1059. Enter Bunny, why? Dwarves are continuing to dodge all the shots. The dwarves jump on it, and the creature dies. I've improved my fighting. That was satisfying, says that dwarf. We're still in this, chat. We are still in this. Enter Bunny is dead. I'm not feeling sad right now, says that dwarf. This dwarf is stumbling around obliviously. Well, the question was, who got it? Kimball died, Bootlegger Plays died, Stormdorf died, Hero died. Oh man, I originally said that the fort would end if Hero died, but I'm gonna go back on that. So the fort dies today. Damn it, I'm gonna play this till the end. Yeah, I'm not sure who got it, but somebody did. Green-eyed down here is bleeding, kind of a lot. Green-eyed otters found dead. Dwarven fat is evaporating. Pool of dwarf grease, which is dwarven fat, is what that is. Such a shame. So much death. Was this a good idea? Well, it wasn't a bad idea. You needed wood. I'll say this. If you have to ask if something was a bad idea, you probably already know the answer. Filling out the top squads again. I think actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to these bottom 2 squads and get rid of them. All right, well, just gonna get rid of this squad. Reassign all these dwarves. All right. What pond am I filling? Hold on. Oh. Well, that explains why there was water down here. I was wondering about this. Man, this Ruthra has seen some shit. It was just over here the whole time during that whole fight. That whole fight was just hanging out there in the corner. I feel kind of bad for that poor Ruthra. Yep. Okay, I gotta make more tombs then. And then as ghosts appear, I will memorialize. Actually, not as many as I thought. Still quite a few, but... All right, so, what are you? An earthworm brute. It's got deadly dust. What about you? Deep dislike. Okay, so you've both got deadly dust, and you are a what? A specter of steam? I guess the way to do this is to dig here. Dig here. Dig down to here. Dig down to here. And then when I get to here, to dig up to here. And then dig over to here. Build a drawbridge and try and trap them in there. And also put some of these bodies away. The cavern invaders have been completely disabled. Knights are slow, but I don't know. Here's the thing. Warn people if they ask direct questions, but don't give too many tips. I'll just say that. Don't give too many tips. Give as many as they need. I'm going to throw a farmer's or a butcher shop over here. Let's see if I can butcher any of these demons. Hello, Big Tom. How thing? A dwarf? Any preference of dwarf or just a dwarf? I think you had previous dwarf never acts without prolonged deliberation to the harm, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He considers spending time alone much more important than associating with others. Hold on. He considers spending time alone much more important than associating with others, and is somewhat scatterbrained and isn't particularly ambitious. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he has a calm demeanor. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He tends to be a bit wasteful when working on projects, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he bites his nails when he's bored, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Values nature and tranquility and a peaceful day, and values good craftsmanship and thinks that friendship is important, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He absolutely hates worms, and has what was once a thin frame, which now bears enormous thick layers of fat. You know, if we get attacked, what I might do is like go to here, because this is what goes up to my fort, right? Yeah. I might even do this right now. Build some walls right here. So I don't think I have another way up. At least not directly. I'm gonna build some drawbridges around that. Okay, so this is a way up. What I was thinking, or what I'm thinking, I guess. Actually, what I need to do is this. Just seal this off. Basically, what I'm thinking is I put a drawbridge that locks this, and also locks this. And then, if we get sieged again, I could release the last of those demons and just be like, fuck them up, fam! And see who wins. Chat room. How you enjoying this fort? How are we doing today? I realize I haven't looked at you guys in about 10 minutes. Sword Death in YouTube chat says, I found out something amazing the other day. While building a bridge, apparently, you can, if you set up star carts with empty mine carts and dump into the walls, they destroy the water. Apparently, if you set up cart stops with empty mine carts that dump into walls, they destroy the water. Yes, that is true. They can also create infinite like loops for power to make water flow and such. But water can like flow off the map, so I usually just do it that way because I find it less tedious to set up. It's going crazy. Yeah. That much is true. So basically, I'm going to try and seal as many of these suckers that are up and in here into there as possible. This guy can just have a brick dropped on his head, which I can actually do from way higher up, like all the way up here even. In fact, I'm going to start doing that. Where is that duder? You are... Oh, man, he moved. Oh, no. No, you didn't. It's about to go nuts. I mean, if this fortress hasn't gone nuts yet, then it has to have at the very least gone legumes. Like, if this isn't nuts, then I don't know what is, I guess. At least somebody's putting bodies into tombs. Sumo's getting a tomb. 1 tooth at a time. How many tasks are currently getting done? Way too fucking many. Way too fucking many. And we're right here just forging adamantine shields. At least the gear we have is even more like adamantine-ish. Like, the gear just keeps getting better. Like, everybody should have top-of-the-line gear at this point. We really need migrants, but we didn't trade the last 2 years. So... yeah, the last time we traded was 1066. Let's just check this. But yeah, no, you are very right. How are we doing on wafers? Only 2. Most of the dwarves are just running around picking up equipment. I think I'm going to take you... you. Actually, hold on. Let's just make sure that nobody's training. So I've got too many squads that are just training instead of doing work. And by that, I mean a bunch of them, actually. But no, we're certainly not out of this yet. A forgotten beast that I don't really care about has arrived. It's it's a hairy hadrosaurid. It has 3 broad horns and it squirms and fidgets. Nothing can be worse than we already fought. What is it and where is it? Okay, it can't get to us. It's fine. What are you hauling? Too much, whatever it is. This dwarf has a lot of cloaks on. Rather, robes. A lot of robes. It's badass there, dwarf. These are all the tomb jobs that need to get done. Also, the Forgotten Beast is fighting with the Forgotten Beast, and it seems the Forgotten Beast is killing the Forgotten Beast by stabbing the Forgotten Beast with the Forgotten Beast in the Forgotten Beast. Pausing the game real quick. Thesbin is very injured and has no kills, and is the one, as this one has noxious secretions that just arrived. The other one has killed 4 worker ant people and blobs, and is a towering skinless Dimetrodon. It has a knobby shell and it's a poisonous bite. And they are just going hamsters at each other. It appears the one that just arrived is much weaker, and is actually taking a lot more damage than the first one. It's a Dwarven, it's more like a Dwarven 45 trenchcoats, but another Forgotten Beast has arrived, and I don't even, at this point, I don't even. Okay, cool. Can you get to me? I can't remember. Yes. Not today, beast! Please be quick. Please? Please. Please? Please! Damn it! God damn it. Okay, fine. Habbity bobbity bobbity boo. I was gonna say, watch it already be dead. Well, I mean, could have been worse. Okay, game, can you give me a 5-minute break now, please? Like, can we call timesies? That'd be lovely if you can do that. I'm not, like, you know, tired or anything, but, like, can I have a minute, please? Tripping 2 has been found dead. Sorry, Tripping. Speaking of please don't be webbed, I've got a good idea. Actually, I'm gonna be a little silly with this. But I've got an idea. We've got a giant cave spider. What if I put the giant cave spider right here on a chain, okay? And then I put a couple of cage traps in front of it. Maybe, like, actually a couple of cage traps in front of it. And then put a drawbridge in front of it, like right here, and fill this all up with cage traps. And then just close the drawbridge and use that to catch demons. I don't know if they're web avoid. Regardless, we can try this. Yeah, I mean, the wealth ain't helping, that's for sure. The wealth certainly ain't helping. Or maybe it is, I don't know. I'm sorry, was that a dwarf? Oh, it's a ghost of a dwarf, right, okay. It's like, how the hell did you get down there? I do just kind of hope that the king arrives, because I could just immediately become a mountain home if they did. I have all the stuff ready to go. I just need the king to arrive. So they are cageable, but if they're made of fire, they will melt through the cage. I have caged demons before. But this is kind of a, not really a Hail Mary, but kind of one of those silly ideas that I'm trying as a side thing. Not something I'm going to weigh the, or put the fate of the whole fort on, that's for sure. If the cages are magma safe, they will not burn through them. But I mean, like, who actually makes magma safe cages? Let's be real now. Ads are running, so I will actually just let the game run because everybody kind of knows what's going on. If something crazy happens, I will pause. Oh, never mind. We're saving anyway. By Dark Gnome corpses, you did wait, as in you didn't know that you had Dark Gnomes, or you didn't know that they existed? They're just trying to drink all of your booze. They are the highest alcohol. Them and gnomes and dwarves are the two highest alcohol consuming critters in the game. Working on getting DF to play on an iPad via Steam stream. I mean, that's not rough on the iPad. I mean, yeah, that would work in theory. I know people have done it. Every now and again, you'll see screenshots of somebody playing this game on a cell phone through Steam stream. Gigmoth, thanks for the 16th month with Prime. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive. Not to be biased. I mean, should I?
This is madness.
I don't think any of the critters in that hallway are made of fire.
Yeet.
Hello, Hobo. How is you? You've never seen gnomes before? They're all zombies and they're trying to kill you. So gnomes, there are two kinds. There are normal gnomes and then there are dark gnomes. Dark gnomes only appear on evil mountains, and normal gnomes only appear over good aligned mountains. Oh, a darkness of vile force has arrived. And like I said earlier, I think I'm just gonna lock the fucking door, man. I'm just gonna lock the door. I know I could kill them, that's not a problem. But I'm just going to lock the fucking door. Neutral mountains you get no gnomes, but I mean, chaos gnomes would be neat. Well, I wonder what a chaos gnome would entail. This is a dumb question. Is Jesus still alive? Jesus is in fact still alive. Okay. Jesus is my chief medical dwarf, which is a very important gerb. Game, please stop. I mean, I could disable the sieges if I actually wanted the game to stop, but where's the fun in that, you know? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna deconstruct you and deconstruct you. Let's just have one extract metal strands task. just build walls across here. And, okay, I don't actually need walls. I just need a drawbridge. If the demons kill the creature, then so be it. Bars, 259 iron. Well, at least you got tons of iron. Iron cage. Let's make 50 of them. Oh, I'm already making 30 of them. Who's my manager? Do I have a manager? Brian's my manager. Where's Brian? You do have a study, but you're currently picking up equipment. What squad are you in? Okay, I'm actually going to remove you from the squad to speed your life up. Because I need you to go manage work orders, and do manager things. If I really wanted to have Necromancer books, I would. I don't want to have Necromancer books, so I don't have Necromancer books. There'd probably be some Necromancers running around if I had Necromancer books. I've been intentionally not going after Necromancer books. You went to the venue with the worst fucking acoustics last night. Saw Periphery and Mastodon. Yeah, I remember he's talking about that. Good show. I don't know what that means. Third League arena? I'm presuming some sort of sports arena. I wonder if it's like Thunderbird Stadium here. Thunderbird Stadium has kind of a lot of shows and is horrendous for its audio quality. Like, it is distressingly bad. Okay, so let's get the first of these levers hooked up. This is gonna be for you. And for you. The second one, I'm not sure who just died, but somebody did. Oh, second one's not ready to go. Dwarf has been found dead? Oh, heh. Somebody was stuck out in the caves. Well, rip. I've never heard of ECHL, but I'll believe you. Oh shit! I was wondering if that would happen in this fort. Kosoth, the scholar, looses a roaring laughter. Fell and terrible. It's been a minute since we've had a fell mood. Look at that. That's exciting. But yeah, I feel for you that the acoustics were horrible. I don't often see these. Oh, fun. Who are you gonna go kill? Jesus is... Oh, please kill Jesus. That would be so funny. Sorry, Jesus. You're getting made into a hat or something. So, Kosoth just murdered Jesus to make an artifact. You'll come back to life as a sentient furniture? I mean, he died because of my sins, not for anybody's sins. The reason he died is because I've been mean to these dwarves. That's why he died. Well, okay. I mean, it could be made into a cap. It could actually be made into a cap. Got a lot of random animals that need butchering, apparently. with menacing fury. You've never seen this kind of mood? You love this game? They used to be super common, but I think it was around version 44 or version 47. They rebalanced stress quite a bit and made positive moods more common, or added a bunch of moods that were more common. So it got a lot harder to actually get dwarves this stressed. Like, I've basically been neglecting these dwarves for 10 years. Sorry, a shield, not a hat. Kosoth the Scholar has created Shard Roz Toror Ustuth, a dwarf bone buckler, and offers it to the Abyssal Torch. Why, thank you, good sir. Madame, rather. This is a dwarf bone buckler. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of dwarven bone. And... Alex, what squad are you in? Okay, I'm gonna give it to my Baron. Oh, actually, not that one. It's the wrong one. That's the Elven Bone Buckler. There we go. That one. Jesus will protect us as a buckler? Sure, well, he's protect one of us. Maybe not all of us. I'm sorry, what? Ah, we're just infinitely refilling the well. You want a bearded dwarf, okay? I am starting to run low on bearded dwarves, but... you're currently butchering whatever Radari is. Big Tom has a strong tendency towards privacy. He rarely is happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He does not often feel lustful, and he is assertive, and he has a sense of duty. He does not often feel envious of others, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and often feels discouraged. He enjoys the company of others and holds his breath when he's nervous. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally values loyalty. He's put off by family and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Doesn't care about art one way or another. And likes mudstone and sterling silver, goshenite and crystal glass, and giant heel leather, as well as four-sided prisms, battle axes, and llamas for their wool, and the words of the strategy of sparkles, and the sound of the flaxen lilac. And when possible, prefers to consume platypus, mussel, and alfalfa and quinoa beer. And can't stand roaches. Something I'm going to do. Sure, we can leave that on. We can leave that on. We can leave that on. Nobody does this. 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 Sure, keep doing that. Let's try and just get some stuff put away for a bit. Down here, this needs bridges constructed. Let's see. Are those levers installed? Yep. And then this right here. Also gonna get rid of that one so that I can jump back up to here and go to this other one down here. And link up to that. So many put item in stockpiles. Oy vey. I'm just gonna pause all these. Get rid of some of these. Get rid of most of these. Get rid of, well, we can keep rendering fat. Get rid of one of those. The good news is the dwarves that are armed are very well armed. So chat, we in summertime. Summertime is lurky season for this stream in general. So anything you can do to keep the chat moving is greatly appreciated. So try and keep that natural conversation rolling to a degree. I could just ask for beers every 10 minutes, but personally I'd rather keep the conversation going because beers doesn't really keep the conversation going. It just keeps the chat moving artificially. So, you know, this channel is kind of built on interaction. Otherwise, generally, it's more worth it for me to just go do something else. Me too, honestly. I mean, I'd prefer you didn't talk shite. But hey, if you must, right? Good to know you're still alive, Killed with Style. I feel like you would be like a side character in Kill Bill. Well, hello, Digel. Jesus had to just ask, isn't there a Christian song about making Jesus your shield? If you don't know every single Christian song ever written, are you actually Jesus? I'm starting to think you're sus and actually just an imposter. I mean, my Outpost Liaison hasn't come for several years. It could be a large number of things. Did traders arrive, but just the Outpost Liaison didn't show up? Or did no traders arrive? Humans came. Okay, well, humans are not dwarves. Dwarves send the Outpost Liaison. Humans, what squad are you in? Humans don't send an Outpost Liaison because they don't have Outpost Liaisons. That's a Dwarven thing. So when dwarves show up the next time, they should bring the Outpost Liaison. Dwarves usually show up in the fall. You embarked and were Sunday King. I love it when that happens. Robert in YouTube chat. I fucking love it when that happens. Start a fort, insta king. Like, what do I do? It's like you won, clearly. In Lion King, they were excited about being king. God, adamantine breastplates look so cool. You don't know what to do with him? Your dwarf who's in charge will talk with him. Oh, if you have a king on the map and the Outpost Liaison is there, it's just another noble that you need to deal with. Your dwarves will just appoint one whenever there isn't one on the map. It doesn't have too much to do with you at that point. It's just something that you, like, have to work on. Man, I should have actually finished making this into a dining hall at some point, but I kind of never did. I just have much bigger problems right now. Such as the demons right there and all that jazz. Uh-oh. Let's deal with that ghost. There's gonna be a lot of those. Yeah, but once your king has arrived, you won't get liaisons from the dwarves, but you will get liaisons from every other faction you're trading with, right? So yeah, it's a bit of a trade-off, but I think it's a pretty fair one. Oh, I know why they're not loading those. Trap cleaning. Allow trap rearming. It's like, why are they not loading those traps? Well, it's because I'm a dum-dum. That's why. I thought you, like, were saying that Star Sector 2 was getting announced, and I was like, excuse me? I haven't finished the first one yet. How they do the sequel? You had me real perplexed for a moment there. Uh-oh. So Bon the Ghostly Miller was laid to rest. Is there a way to copy a build? No. Not in the vanilla game, anyway. Just Breachway? Oh, how is that game? It didn't have the greatest reviews when it first released. Oh, another thing I could do, although those critters can fly, is I could use hatch covers and levers, but that would take a shit ton of mechanisms. When your fort becomes capital, is your only dwarf income in visitors and monster slayers and bards? No, you still get migrants once you're the capital, if that's what you're asking. Also, speaking of new games, like games that aren't out, I saw a trailer flying around for a game the other day, and I'm blanking on the name of it. Trailblazers Into the North. Have you guys seen that? It very much just looks like an FTL-alike game, but I really like the visuals. Like, it looks cool. With like a capital C and L. And some zeros for O's. Like, that game looks neat. It's just got a really nice kind of cartoony art style to it. Into the merch? I mean, that's not what I said, but I said Trailblazers into the March. Like, as in the month? Here, I'll plop a link into the chit chats so you guys can see it. Like, it looks like an FTL, but it looks like a really cool FTL, I guess. Swords, usually. Netutsa. Actually, no, a throne, and then swords. You're gonna go pick up equipment now. Well, good luck, Dwarf. I do hope that at some point in the next 5 years, we'll get these tombs filled. Ay, ay, ay. Immediately added that to your wish list. Yeah, it's very rare that I get excited about games that just look like FTL, but that's one that has me keen. It's like that, I guess, and maybe Deliver at All Costs are the two games I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm interested in those. So I think this fort right now is mostly hinging on something specific. It's hinging on, can I get more migrants? If I get more migrants, we'll be fine. I will be able to do something with this. If we don't get more migrants, I don't know. That's kind of what this fortress is hinging on at the moment. Some forgotten beast has arrived. It's got deadly dust. It's named Emura. Where is it? Okay, well, I'm just going to ignore you. Because... yeah, I'm just going to ignore you. Although, actually, maybe I can't ignore you. The question is, can you fly? No, I can ignore you. They have a red cross in their trailer. I'm sure they'll get a cease and desist in due time. Yay, the tomb jobs are getting done. Holy shit, finally. That's one of the things I was waiting on here. Ugh. Hallelujah. I was really hoping that that beast would be on the layer above so that it would just go kill the goblins for me, but... trust me, it won't be the first and it won't be the last. Necron tier. It's an actual literal war crime. Yeah, it's a little wild. But it's maybe one of the craziest cease and desists you could get, I suppose. It's often I end up seeing them as blue, but yeah, or bluish tinge. Although it kind of depends on the actual color code. Like if it's the same color code as the Red Cross, then yeah, they'll get like in trouble. If it's not, then I've seen games that have like a burgundy cross or like an off red, like more of a brown, where they get away with it. I play with mods for games if I feel like they add something to the game. Because of the way Dwarf Fortress modding works, it doesn't really do much for me because it doesn't change often how the game works mechanically. It usually just changes the variety or spawn rates or adds different aesthetics to creatures that didn't previously exist in that format. And that doesn't really do much for me because it doesn't drastically change how the game is played. There is quite a few mods that make the game a lot easier, which and as far as mods like, oh, like there are more varieties of this kind of Titan. I'm like, well, I'd rather just have more of the current Titans. The updates that are coming to modding for this game are interesting to me, but just in general, we'll see. I have nothing against mods. Some people seem to think that I think that mods are evil or some shit. How do you make a manager's area? How many dwarves do you have? If it's less than 20, just assign a manager and they don't need anything. Otherwise, take a single chair, place it on the ground or throne, and then put an office zone on it and assign the manager to that office zone. Also, a dwarf can do multiple noble roles, so you could just assign them all to the same dwarf if you want. Although they'll be less efficient at all of them if you do it that way. Holy shit, this is going to take a while. Multiverse mod. You want to know a dark secret about me? I don't like FTL very much. It's truly a dark secret, but I don't actually like FTL. I love the soundtrack, but I don't like playing FTL. Which is one of the reasons why it's weird for me to be interested in a game that looks like FTL. It is very hit or miss. I mean, I think its balance was fucking atrocious and it has some pretty critical design errors. I think that FTL was just very early to a trend that took off, right? Like the run-based strategy concept wasn't a thing that was really explored before FTL. So I think that game was just very early to a trend that became a trend. But I think that there are games that were inspired by FTL that are significantly better than FTL. Why is it sad that I don't like one of your favorite games? Not everybody needs to have exactly the same taste in games. I'm not taking the game away from you. Just simply saying I don't like playing it. I played a lot of it. I don't know. I never played it, as my take on Halcyon 6. I don't generally find like your turn-based RPG combat fun. I just don't like it. So I also kind of could live without Darkest Dungeon. I mean, like, I played a lot of those games when I was younger. I just find them to be a bit boring. Like, they can be entertaining. I think that Paper Mario's combat's interesting as an example, but like, if a game has that kind of combat, it has to be really fucking cool for me to want to play it. Like, it's not that I'm against it, I'm just indifferent to it. Possibly. I don't know. There's not too much information about it. I think it just has a really cool visual style. But you're not building ships, I don't think, in that game. I mean, maybe you are, but at least the bit that I saw from the trailers doesn't look like you're building the ships. But yeah, I'm just kind of meh when it comes to FTL. I really like Into the Breach. I 100%ed Into the Breach twice. I actually played it through my Netflix subscription back when I paid for Netflix, and 100%ed it a second time. Like, I really like Into the Breach. Fucking hate streaming Into the Breach, but I love playing it. But yeah, Pedro, I'm not sure if you were stuck in an ad, but why would you think it's sad that I don't like your favorite game? I'm not taking it away from you. You can still have it. We don't need to have the same opinions on games. We can have a lot of crossover, but we don't need to agree one-to-one on everything. You can get games through a Netflix subscription. Nobody knows, and they do a terrible job of marketing it. In fact, I don't even know if they still do it. But at one point, yes, you could. All right. So, who's ready? Let's see if we can catch some dwarves.
Oh, dude, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Let's go. Sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Jack Narik is doing the dig. Jack Narik is a legendary miner and one of the longest running miners in the fort. Has been in my fort since the year 1050, so 9 years before this fortress was built. Has killed zombie troglodytes and 6 goblins. But yeah, as far as Netflix games, only through the mobile app and only in certain regions. It's one of the worst game distribution systems on Earth, and it kind of sucks that there's a bunch of really cool games that are on mobile that are locked behind that. It's my least favorite exclusivity deal. There's no way this dwarf is going to survive this. Yeah, I mean, if the king arrives year 1, it means the king died. Oh, Jesus. Jack Narik, you're one of my favorite dwarves in this fort. Keep running. What is this? This is a Spectre of Steam. Did you just kill it? Strikes the Spectre of Steam with an iron pick and the severed part sails off in an arc. No, you didn't. No, you did. You did kill it. You did, in fact, kill it. Run, dwarf. Rest in peace. So now I get to find... I've trapped all these demons in here. Can I get some Fs for Jack Narik, who was a dwarf in my fort for literally almost 20 years? Because he was in my previous fort, the one that had the flooding video made out of it, and then migrated to this fort and lived here for 10. And now I'm going to see if this actually works. I guess not. Well, that's awkward. I tried. How many did I catch in here? Well, time to begin the next part of this journey. Make an engraving? I'm actually gonna make a statue for that dwarf. Actually, hold on. Okay. Platinum statue. Okay, so now that this is built, I'm going to build a circle of walls. Oh man, no, actually if I do it that way, it'll break. So what I have to do is I have to erase a line of this. Go shale. Shale, it doesn't need to be shale, I'm just using shale. And put shale right there. How many dwarves are being put into tombs still? Oh my word. Oh, I'm also gonna go memorialize Jack Narik. And this guy right here. And I'm gonna go back to... some of this. Let my very sad dwarf right there do things. Well, not really a Hammer of Armok. I'm specifically trying to crush... well, I guess this... I was going to say this guy, but this guy's standing there. Because... I also like that the Hammer of Armok term has caught on. I didn't come up with that, by the way. That's been in the Dwarf Fort community for a while, but... well, that's kind of terrifying. Huh. You know, actually, I'm curious. What happened if I put water on on Demon Made of Fire? I have to know. I'm too curious. Because they're Forgotten Beast made of fire right there. So, like... Earthworm Brute, White Spectre, and Banshee of Fire. Does... wow, it gets rid of all the water. I don't know why I'm surprised by this, but I kind of am. Well, whatever you do, dwarves, don't topple this. I could actually cave in the top of this. Maybe that's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, might as well do that. Let's also go down here and flop down another lever. Okay, now that we're back down here. Whoa, 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 whoa. See, it worked! Ha! Ha! Look at that. I got 2 earthworm brutes. 1, 2. In fact, it's a breeding pair. Well, that's cool. I was right. They just got to it too quickly. Spider, your sacrifice was not in vain. So also, just as a double check, Earthworm James. Okay. Jim's brother, I guess? That's not a breeding pair, they're different types. Earthworm Jamie, maybe? Is never in the slightest bit cheerful with about anything, and never feels discouraged. We've also got a White Spectre. Giant green glass lava bubble. That wasn't the plan. There's also no Aw, Bismuth just went and found their friend. There is no sand on this map, so that would be very difficult. Placing a statue of Jack Nurik right there. I'm amazed by how much the moods have sorted themselves out, though, all things considered. Yeah, I guess I should arrest you after you've died. Should I arrest this dwarf for the murder of Jesus? Or should I blame it on one of the demons? I actually, you know, I'm just gonna wait until something bad happens. Or something good happens and we get more dwarves. Because right now I'm kind of short on bodies. And honestly, I think that that might actually be more... Like, the bodies might be more important than... Sorry, that's a sentence I get to say. So a Necrontyr, there was one time I had a breeding pair of demons that were amethyst. I think they were amethyst brutes was the name of them. They were made of amethyst, and they were just bipedal humanoids with horns and wings, and they shot webs. And I managed to get 3 of them in a tiny little hole, like separate from the rest of the fort, like sealed off. But they started replicating and having octuplets and twins and triplets and sextuplets and more octuplets. And my frame rate got so bad I had to drop a wall on them. Because, like, there was, like, hundreds of them in, like, 2 tiles. If you do blame it on the demon, can you show us the mood effect that it has? I mean, I think I'll probably just let it sit for right now. But, usually what happens is they'll be, like, either disillusioned or surprised or, some sort of other positive. It's usually either they'll be, if the murderer values the law, they'll be upset. If they don't value the law, then they'll be happy. But they'll usually be surprised, which is kind of like a mixed positive mood. If they're gendered, they can breed in Dwarf Fort. Forgotten Beast is fighting with a Jabberer in midair. Well, okay, Spoder. Wow, it's keeping my caverns nice and clean. How nice of it. Okay, come Okay, I just got... I don't know why these blocks keep getting forbidden, so I'm gonna use something else. It may actually be because of these, but they're not set to be moved, so... You're carrying a claystone door. Come on. Okay, you know what? Just go away. Oh, the game's paused. I'm like, why it's not big? Okay, that's it. Why is there 2 invisible threads here? That can't be moved. Let's try that. Siege ended? Yay! Good point. Also, I managed to catch not 1, but 2 of my own dwarves in cages, so... you know. Looks like it worked, too. Imagine being tasked to carry a cage with a demon in it. Like, just imagine that. Or a platinum statue, for that matter. Ugh. So this is Jack Nurick's platinum statue. Got a plan for those demons? I don't know. I have demons in cages. I'm still trying to get into hell first. This is a finely crafted platinum statue of Ficod Jack Nurick. The item is a finely designed image of Jack Nurick in platinum by Stodier. Ficod, Jack Nurick, is engraving. The artwork relates to the masterful engraving, The Bottom of Lovers, created by the dwarf Jack Nurick for the Salty Shock at Surprise Town in 1054. There's levels to that. Meanwhile, one of my dwarves withdraws from society. I don't know if it's quote-unquote just porn. Dwarf claims the leather works. I mean, I would say it's most likely, you know, classy nudes. Although, chat's saying the line between porn and art is sometimes pretty thin. What if porn is art? Do you ever contemplate that? All right, I give up. I will just build around this. I don't care. Now we're talking. Void's umbrella. Now we're talking. I think that this iron statue is the goat, chat. I mean, that's just a random number generator generating stuff based on other people's work. So obviously, no, that's not art. It has to be made by people to be art. And that's why our AI overlords, when they finally take over, are going to horribly murder me. The Forgotten Beast, Muka, has come. An enormous one-eyed tarantula. It has a knobby trunk and a bloated body. It's got a poison bite. Surprise, it's a tarantula. So we're in early summer. It can't actually get into the fort. Well, actually, maybe it can. Okay, I might as well just let it into the fort. At least all of my Mark's dwarves have bolts. Look at all that blue armor. Looking fancy up in here. Looking fancy. I'm also going to open this up. Yeah, this guy. And your guards. Is that a bear warrior? Yep, one of my adventurers. Caravan has arrived. Going the wrong way there, beastie. Gotta move my squatties. Troll got reelected. Here comes the army. And here comes the beastie. Meanwhile, diplomacy. Greetings, noble dwarf. There's much to discuss. Such a pleasant place you've carved out here for yourself. Odd definition of pleasant. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. All right. Charge, dwarves. Get them. The first dwarf to collide with it is actually a minor dwarf who immediately got flung off of the ledge. As for the beast, it's already losing limbs. The dwarves are mostly vaulting directly towards it, and I don't think this beast is going to live much longer, although many of the dwarves are practicing flying. Very ineffectively, honestly. And the beast has fallen. Back to the day-to-day dwarves. So I traded with the humans last year, but I didn't get to trade with the dwarves last year. Hopefully this year is something different. Yeah, at least they're practicing their flying. I mean, it makes landing much easier, right? Using insect glaives? I understood that reference. I haven't played a Monster Hunter in a minute, but turns out insect glaives are kind of hard to forget. Whew. 170 cave spider silk socks. That's a lot of socks, turns out. We're about to be in an ad break again. I'll unpause. I'll just let the game run, though, because it's just, we're trading. It's a lot of stuff. Are we still putting stuff in tombs? Oh my god, we are. We are still burying bodies in tombs. Still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. Well, while all that's going on, what were the white stains around the beast? That was its ichor. Insects have white blood, basically, is the simple way of explaining it. I'm not sure why this dwarf has been running around naked. Like, you don't have any health problems. Like, there's nothing stopping this dwarf from equipping clothing. This dwarf could just go get pants. But this dwarf has been running around naked for quite a while. And I have no idea why. Plains Titan leather. Rough yellow jaspers. Gonna get an artifact soon, too. He's just a nudist, but, like, every time I look at him, he's picking up equipment. So he is trying to, like, equip gear. Just enjoying the breeze. True, yeah. Needs that breeze on his dingleberries. You down here are conducting a meeting. You know, it's kind of... all of this striving against one another is so foolish. It's kind of wild that this critter has made it as long as it has. This mare. Although I need a new trader. I mean, don't stare too hard, Big Tom. In-game, several animals with ichor have white blood, but ones like spiders and crabs should be blue-blooded. You know, fun fact, back when this game was only in ASCII, I modified the colors so that all my vomit was blue. Because in my mind, plump helmets were blue. For some reason, because of like their purple hue, I just kind of imagined that it would make you vomit blue. Where is this dwarf? Oh. Oh. Oh! Well, that's awkward. I've got a dwarf who's in a strange mood who also happens to be stuck in a cage. That's awkward. There's, yeah, caged mooded dwarf, which somehow didn't break the mood. It's like, where is this dwarf? What is happening? Has definitely withdrawn from society. That is true. Withdrawn from these nuts. Oh man, they brought radish? I love radish. One of my favorite things to grow is radish. It's like the most instant gratification thing that you can grow. They're super easy to grow and they grow super quickly. They take like 2.5 weeks. And they sprout like within hours sometimes. Like they are the fastest thing ever. And unlike the ones that you buy at the grocery store, they actually taste good. I grow amethyst radishes primarily. They just don't like super hot weather. They like early season growing. They look like this. You know? They're kind of like, they're about golf ball size usually, the ones I grow. All right, well, we're getting back to this. Sorry, what? Oh. It's horse milk. What's shady about horse milk? This is Dwarf Fortress, man. The only one who's shady is you thinking it's shady. Now, if humans were selling dwarf milk, I would consider that shady. If anything, actually, I should make cheese. Also, yeah, well, I mean, the leaves on, like, non-self-grown radishes can also be eaten, but they taste better if you grow them yourself. Okay. Now this is sealed off. Oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. I thought I already hooked that up to a lever. Apparently I didn't. Alright, well, I'm gonna dig through that and then hook that up to a lever. I was like, yeah, that's all hooked up to a lever, right? Right? Nope. Not at all. Night, Emperor. You're gonna catch the rerun is what you mean? This is carrying the dwarf cage. I'm still amazed that I managed to end up with a dwarf who's in a strange mood, who's also in a cage. That's just really fucking funny to me. They just brought this dwarf water. Okay. Strange mood dwarf is still in strange mood and didn't break the strange mood after getting stuck in a wall. That is incredible, actually. Like, actually, that is kind of incredible. So I'm just going to cave this in on here and crush this guy. Or, it's not going to crush them, but it'll stop them from being able to get out this way. And then this... Well... I'm just going to use this door that's right here. Huh? Oh. Well, I didn't intend to do it that way. I was going to do it the fancy right way, but I did it the wrong way. We didn't get the ground built in time, so this dwarf just like dug out the edges and it went splat. So the demons can't get out this way now, which is good. And nobody died, I don't think. So, whoops. I got a little overzealous with the digging. Speaking of, let's lock this. Can also deconstruct this cage and this cage. That is Kangaroo Man's milk. You are correct. It's now becoming Kangaroo Man cheese. I agree with you. That is kind of sus, actually. Oh boy. Okay. I mean, what else is Joey Man supposed to drink? Beer? I'm just saying. So yeah, right there are 2 bricks of the finest Kangaroo Man cheese. If nobody clips that, y'all are fired. That's all. Because we have a clips leaderboard and you still ain't clipping. The only person clipping is me half the time. Anyway, that's disgusting. Let's move on. This is the most, it's not what it looks like that I've felt in a while. Because unfortunately, it's exactly what it fucking looks like. I'm still shocked that the moods are as good as they are, all things considered today. I don't know, Jesus. You need to be where you want to be. I would prefer everybody watched me on Twitch because I make a lot more money here. But, I mean, you do you. Hubba. Only the finest, Yawn Mort. I didn't murder Jesus, a dwarf did, okay? Meanwhile, a werelorus, a head Laro Tyrin Kafit Ligathre Kurleb. What in the hell's name is that? It's a large loris twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow lime. Ooh. And you will know why you fear the night. All right, Laurie. Chat, can I just say that lorises have the best... Sorry, you're how old? Oh my god. Oh, fuck, has been busy. $71 goblins in oat spongy? And 68 goblins in oat spongy? What are you the head of? You're the head of the Absolute Hall, which is a merchant company. Hold on. This is gonna play real well on TV. I'm just gonna go over here real quick. And go here and click this. And go to this and click this. And then click load. Which hopefully it loads. I need to look this critter up. Yeah, they're all still up to date. There's been some UI changes, but mechanically the game is pretty similar. Like, nothing dramatic enough has changed that they need to be updated yet. Like, all the basic fundamentals are still there, if that makes sense. But some things have certainly changed. You just have to wait for it to load. It does have to load like 1,000 years. I just want to know what this attractive individual has done with their life. Also, when was your first kill? 705, so they're pretty old too. Guild any necromancers? Nope. How is dwarfs today? Pretty good. No complaints, I don't think. Zemodir? Oh. Okay, so what was your name exactly? Frosty Pines, the Strifeful Lightning of Ferocity. Frosty Pines. Yeah, there you are. It's a lady. She's a goblin whale-beast. She previously was employed as a drunk. Or sorry, no, is connected to a person who's a drunk. Not bad. Actually, I think that's her child. Yeah, her child is a professional drunk. I mean, if mom was a were creature, I too would be. Competent spearman. Okay. What else do we have? Got an honorable position at the Band of Joy. Assumed the identity of someone else. Fought in a bunch of sieges. Married a goblin. Fought in another siege. Married a goblin. A lot more sieges. Got divorced. Got married. Yeah. Got divorced. Under the influence of a cave fish man. So in a place called Oatspongy. So they lived in Oatspongy. So when they became a were creature, they attacked human during the first rampage. Okay, so where did you become cursed? Because this is where you became the enemy of things. Oh, there it is. Twaki Windeer, the Tree of Heather, is what cursed them. Oh, so I see. They didn't get cursed. They got the curse passed to them because this person bit them. Wait. The god bit them? Is that what the writing terminology comes through? Oh, I see. Yeah, you profaned a temple up here. That's weird that it says that the god bit them. But apparently, even though they were a were creature, they still managed to make a fortune in trading goods from our judge to Oatspongy. So, like, they were a traveling merchant going around murdering tons of people. In fact, they got confronted by Emek, and then they struck them down. Wow. Receiving bribes in the form of artifacts as well? And the artifact that they are associated with is whatever this is. Water Sea? That's probably it. This is a rolled gold figurine of iguanas. The item is an image of iguanas in rose gold. It is encrusted with round obsidian cabochons. The item on the item is an image of a human in native platinum, and this was gifted to them like hundreds of years ago. And they are chasing a cat. Well, Artemis has been killed. I can't remember who named that cat Artemis, but somebody in chat did. And in she goes. A bolt flies. She attacks the recruit, but the recruit jumped away. Swords Dwarf misses I like how it's saying the head. Swordsdwarf attacks but misses. They miss. Vice versa. The head misses, they miss. Speardwarf stabs the critter in the head. Or in the lower arm with a steel spear. Wish us luck. I'm a little worried about Shem. But the creature is bleeding. The creature says, I was attacked! How exhilarating! Jack, can I get a round of beers for good luck for this dwarf, please? And thank you. Multiple dwarves miss. They attack back. They miss. Lots of missing going on. The second the full moon ends, we have the advantage. Swordsdwarf stabs them in the upper right arm, tearing apart the fat. If you knock their teeth out, then they can't infect you. They're all just dodging. The grizzly bear woman axe lord hacks the creature in the tail with a primeval axe, tearing apart the muscle. Many more misses. Grizzly bear woman is missed. Grizzly bear woman hacks the head in the left lower arm with her primeval great axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. I've also got a dwarf in midair falling. You are stunned. I was knocked out by a cave-in. That isn't confusing. This isn't confusing. Wait, what? Oh, I guess that was earlier. Also, there is some sweet pods in the air. I guess someone's throwing sweet pods. The recruit misses. Laro says, I was close to a waterfall. This is delightful. They are still in were-creature format. The grizzly bear woman misses. More misses. The creature jumps out of the way of the flying recruit, who's currently literally on top of them. And they are currently in midair as well. More misses, more misses. The spear dwarf rolls out of the way because it's falling down this ramp here. Bunch more misses. It attacks my dwarves, but my dwarves jump away. Lots of misses, man. But it is bleeding heavily. A few more misses. Swordsdwarf slashes the creature with an adamantine short sword, which tears apart the muscle. Many nerves have been severed. It's still bleeding. It loses hold of its artifact, which is right here. And before I friggin' forget, just gonna place one of those there, and we're gonna hang on to that because that's cool historically. Some misses. The creature strikes at the Swordsdwarf, but the shot was blocked. Swordsdwarf attacks the dwarf, but they jump away. I've improved my miscellaneous object, the creature says. I am very satisfied. You're attacking us with your artifact, is that? Spear dwarf punches them in the left lower hand. I'm seeing a lot of Werelorus blood on the ground. It is now faint. The head charges the wrestler, collides with the wrestler, and the wrestler is knocked over and tumbles backwards. A lot more misses. It grabs the dog, a dog, by the right eye tooth with its left arm. He's friendly. It's okay, he lives there. Don't worry about him. That's just Baskerville. Like I said, he lives there. The head throws the dog. Swordsdwarf slashes the head in the head, surprisingly, with an adamant short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The creature is dead and is missing a head. A bit poetic, that. Bit poetic. Sweet victory. Dead Werelorus. Man, the Werelorus' sprite is so fucking good. All of those sprites are so goddamn good, man. I'm sorry, Black Diamond figurine? That has to be valuable. Why do they keep jumping? They're more dodging off the edge. I'm not sure why the game jumped me up here, but it did. What do you need? Do you need more glass? What is a loris? Chat, what is a loris? They're a marsupial, aren't they? I feel like I'm playing Jeopardy. What is a loris? They're like both adorable and also mildly terrifying. They're weird looking little critters. They're kind of like a monkey. They've got fucky looking eyes. Like, they're kind of oddly cute, but also definitely my sleep paralysis demon, you know? Primate? Okay. But yeah, that's a loris. Name this river in the South Sahara. Yes. Let's see if they actually make it. Seems like we have sand, so. What the hell, are they venomous? You know, I learned recently, speaking of random animals, I learned recently that platypuses sweat milk. Because they don't have nipples, but they feed their young milk. So they just like, instead of having like a place to expunge milk, they literally just sweat it. Which is, I don't know how I feel about it. I want to put my tender heart in a blender, is that what we're saying, Coco? Yeah, they also lay eggs, exactly. No, they are very strange. They also look like a duck, talk like a duck, and quack like a duck, but somehow are not a duck. Okay, got that artifact working. Actually, I don't know if they quack like a duck. I'm just saying they look kind of like a duck. All right, so. I can now unlock this, grab this, and do this. I will say, often I find that digging down to hell just gets really boring. I think this has been a fun one. I'll say that. You know what I mean? And hunt by smelling the heartbeats of their prey? That seems like a bit from Commando. Like, I can hear his heart beating, kind of. Smelling? What the fuck does a heartbeat smell like? Like, that's a genuine question. What in the world does a heartbeat smell like? See, here's the thing. Apropos of nothing, I don't know why my horse was just killing a naked moldog there, but I like mushrooms. I don't think I like platypi very much. Platypodes? Platypi? Although, realistically, what's weirder, a platypus or an octopus? They're both pusses. Neither of them have boots, though. Are the streams always 8 hours? They're usually longer, actually. I only stream 3 to 4 days a week, so I make the most of the time that we got, you know? Errol the farmer has created Gethust Aridus, an intricate Plains Titan leather low boot. My Christ almighty. What squad is you in? The Pocket Sand? Can you wear that? I wonder. Oh my god, you can. Okay, so this is an intricate Plains Titan leather low boot. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with emerald cut yellow jaspers, encircled with bands of Plains Titan leather, cabochon rock cushion rock salt cabochon, and this object menaces with yellow spikes of white opal and red zircon. On the item is an image of glaze papers, the jagged bright metal mace in green glass. On the item is an image of okay, another image of it in green glass. I mean, I gave it to the dwarf that made it. Salty. They have sensors in their bills that detect electrical impulses of muscles twitching. Chat, are we certain that platypuses aren't just escaped caves of Cud characters? Like, do we have proof of this? Very fancy boot. Dirt Fork, my horse, is beating up a naked bulldog. Well, go get him. You're back from voting. Congrats on your voting. A dwarf made a fancy shoe and is now wearing it. I caught 2 demons in cages and... See? 2 demons in cages. And, I kept forgetting to connect this to a lever, but we're almost there. So, nature is healing slowly. Jesus was turned into a shield. Yeah, Jesus got murdered and made into a shield. A buckler, specifically. A werelorus attacked us, and we killed it, even though it was adorable. And apparently it had been alive for almost, like, 800 years, like, murdering people. And apparently was a very rich and successful merchant. The Loris that attacked us, who we killed. And they brought an artifact that had been gifted to them several hundred years ago, and I've put it on a pedestal. What else have we done? I'm working on rigging up a thingy so that I can drop a rock on some demons, and then maybe go back to digging around in the death tube. Yeah, all of what Ilmirans. All right, so I've got good news and bad news. The good news is there's a demon there still. The bad news is the one I wanted to squish isn't there still. The good news is there is a demon there still, so let's pull this lever. And now we wait for somebody to come down here and pull it. So if you want to see a demon go splat, you may want to look up. Who is due the pull? This dwarf has a lung problem, so they keep tripping. I really, really, really hope for 2 things right now. Thing number 1, I hope we don't get sieged. And thing number 2, I really, really, really... Dwarf canceled the job and baited me, but caved in and went, splat. And that demon's like, oh god, what the... Good shot, Dwarf. Now, speaking of good shot, Dwarf. Let's build this. You're 237 hours deep in Dwarf Fortress. Congrats. I'm sure there's 2,000 left where that one's coming from. Okay, since that dwarf didn't get named, I will name another dwarf who's pulling this lever, who's Iden, who's a very happy child somehow. This is now Kronk. Kronk is 7 years old, boy dwarf, who acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He's prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He can be very, very happy and optimistic. He often he can be very happy and optimistic, and he rarely feels discouraged. He tends to, no Google, I don't want to explore Gemini and all of its features. Hold on. I've just got to do something very important. Turn off notifications for Gemini. Wait, what? Okay. Turn up. Turn off notifications about all Google Play services. Done. Sweet. Go away. What was I doing? Right. He never acts without prolonged deliberation to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He can be very happy and optimistic. He rarely feels discouraged. We're learning a lot about Kronk today. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He lives a fast-paced life and is often nervous. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and he is a friendly individual. He's quite polite, and he often... and he is troubled by this natural tendency in himself since he dislikes... Where I was reading. What was I? Where? And he is conflicted by this since he sees these tendencies as an impotent in the quest for power. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. So what happens is I read a sentence, and then I lose my place, and I start running on automatic, and then I start making shit up, and then get lost. He enjoys the company of others and occasionally overindulges, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, believes that peace is always preferable to war, values our harmonious existence, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Respects power and dreams of mastering a skill. No, I'm much smarter than that. Brrr. That's Kronk. His father is dead and his mother is nowhere to be found. Most of his passing acquaintances are dead, and he's lived here since the year 1063. So 6 years. And my Baroness just did the deed. Speaking of levers, we're now just waiting on a dwarf to open up hell again. That's what we're doing. Opening up hell again, because that's the best idea I've had all day, right? This time, though, Little Blast is pulling it. Okay. So now this is open. And Kronk just runs in. What are you doing there, Kronk? Okay, so there's two things I need to do. There's so many of them right there. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is I need to put a brick right here. Okay, that's going to seal all those demons in. The second thing I need to do is put a brick here and a brick here. So either the fort's about to end, or fingers crossed we win. Sort of. Fingers crossed. Bah. Why? Okay, that needs to be turned off. Just don't pump the lava, you dum-dum. I wonder how long that job's been sitting there running. Hold. That wasn't Kronk. That wasn't Kronk. That was me being dumb. I'm staring at this because if the demons come out of anywhere, they're going to come out of that tube. Because there's a whole bunch of them up in there. Okay, so this is blocking this all the way up, which is where all of these demons that can fly went. Now, we've got these two to build on top of, and then I can make stairs down into hell. Which, I know this might sound silly, but I'm going to actually remove permission to walk around in hell for the dwarves. Because I don't think that's wise at this moment, at least for the majority of it. Instead, I'm only going to permit this center section here. Okay, so, like I said, this is either going to kill the fort, or we're about to win. What do you think, chat? Are we about to kill the fort, or are we going to win? And it begins. Just like that. The Mark's dwarves are all armed. Got an axe dwarf. That's the one that made the fancy shoe. This is just some spear dwarf with a steel spear. You could have grabbed an adamantine one, I'm sure. More dwarves, more dwarves, more dwarves. Okay. Step 1, done. Now it's time for step 2. Step 2 is I need those constructions to actually happen. Which means I need to find a squad to set off duty. Basically, I need those constructions to get done like stat. I'm going to pause the other remaining tasks. Because there's a lot of them. Okay, it begins. They're working on it.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
It begins. We are building a construction in hell. We are, in fact, building a construction in hell. I just saw that move and freaked out a little bit. Well, the good news is I'm not, in fact, seeing any demons running towards us. So that's a good sign. Then what I can do is I can dig down here and put a wall there. Okay, let's take another squad off. Perhaps this one. Uh-oh. Shit! We got a white specter in the middle of everything. That one that I just took off duty, I'm actually just going to station them there. The white specter is moving up and into the fort, and I'm seeing pieces of it flying off. While this dwarf may have lost the ability to stand, they did just challenge a demon. They didn't kill it, though. Who got that kill? I didn't even see that. It happened too fast. Well, it's dead. And the game's saving. Okay, game. Is there any unique resources that can only be found in hell? Aside from demon body parts, without bugging out the game, no. Although, maybe I'll mine Slade. Although I need to look up actually how to do it again, because it's been a while. Slade is a material that you're not supposed to be able to mine, which is the stone that's everywhere down here. It's used as a metal, and it is the densest material in the game, just period. So if you... It's made into bricks, basically. So you make it into bricks, and if they can use it as part of an artifact, you can get some of the strongest weapons in the game. But it's basically like the equivalent of making a weapon out of antimatter. Like, it's redonkulously dense and exceptionally heavy. So, not without abusing bugs. There's some way to get slayed by, like, digging stairs from certain angles or something. Or, like, I seem to recall going underground and then using upward-facing ramps to dig Slade. Like, I have to fiddle around with it, but I know that there's some way to get Slade. Yeah, I know you can get it via vaults. You can get it via vaults and sometimes other endgame adventure mode areas. Haggard and seriously injured. There's also a dead one over there, although that's a beast, I think, yeah. Bah! A vile darkness force has arrived. Guys, can't you tell I'm busy? What's frustrating is it is currently early autumn, which means it's time for traders to arrive. I'm going to move 2 squads up to here. Because I need to focus on this. I can't actually look at what's happening up there. Because this is too immediately important. 1 dwarf is recovering wounded. I could lock the doors, but I want to be able to trade, and it's almost trading season. Got some snatchers. I may actually lose some children here. What squad are you in? Mines of Filth? Please just station right here. Get him, dwarf. Shoutouts to that dog as well. Doesn't it... Dog Carl is fighting as well. Also, it seems that this Jabberer just killed Cut's mob, so shoutouts to the Jabberer. Siege is still happening, though. I need these constructions to finish. I'm not stressed out, chat. You're stressed out. I'm stressed out, chat. Where's them goblins? Pretty far away, that's annoying. At least it's giving my dwarves plenty of time to get underground. Okay, so down here I'm just gonna do this. Some progress is being made. You're getting that constructed, nice. So I can get this worked on. So you're like most of the fort is what you're saying, Pilot. Okay, so Goblin here. Could you guys go any slower, please? I'm just gonna move them up top. Dwarves charge the goblins, cutting them to pieces. And now I can go all the way back down to here and station them down here in case things go absolutely south. Oh, for fuck. Never mind. I'm not actually going to do that. Instead, I'm going to tell them to just go fucking attack these guys. Just face rush them. Dwarves, face rush them. I told you to face rush. Okay, fine. You're going to face rush them. The rest of them are going to disobey my direct orders. I need traders to arrive if possible. But instead we've got all of these, you know, thieves. So we must protect the children. My soldiers run outside. They're not even like having problems with cave adaptation, which is crazy. Only if you get the dwarf name redemption, then you could name it what you want. I don't know why you'd want such a name, but... Okay, so let's cancel this order, because the goblins are all dead. Tell them to go station down here. Except, actually, I'm going to take the Celebration of Life and take you off. Same with the Laborious Magics and take you off. So that I have more hands to get these tasks done. And also, I guess, put all the bodies away up top. I would actually prefer not to name that, because that's, like, concerningly close to P. Diddy. So I will say no, actually. took me a second to, like, comprehend that question. I think I'll name a dwarf Ruin, or, you know, not let you name anything if you're just gonna, you know, ask for shitty things. How's that? Is that a fair make good? If you can work within those rules, then awesome. Otherwise, go watch a different stream. If that's your sense of humor, we're not gonna get along very well. I've seen the movie, 157 Hours. It's a good movie. Oh, it's oak. Okay, so we've got a Banshee of Fire just floating by. Whew. Spooky. You would love to stay here? Well, then grow up and grow a sense of humor that's actually funny and not just edgy for the sake of being edgy. All right. Just got your first successful garbage disposal working. That means that you're basically an expert, I gotta say. Especially if it's automated. I was into water trying to figure out a way to solve the lag hell. Yeah, I mean, usually the lag if you chuck stuff into water would be caused by dwarves trying to collect the items out of said water. Naming a dwarf the Diddler? If you don't understand how that's edgy, then you are a goofball. That's like asking, hey, can I name a dwarf Bin Laden? Like... It's like, hey, can I name a dwarf after one of the most prolific human traffickers of our time? Before you ask, no, I'm not going to name a dwarf Epstein. Okay, where's this? Wow, that was fast. I'm not buying it, mate. I am not even remotely buying it. So chat, what do we do in this situation? I vote we all post beers and hope that they learn to shut up pretty quickly. But like, I feel bad for anybody named Epstein. Just truly. I would change my name if my name was Epstein in this current year. All right, I have officially sealed off a little box in hell. Hi, Devilish. How are you? We've had a day. We've had a day. I mean, I know somebody named Adolf. Mark Gordon. But diddler is not a common name. It's a popular slang term referencing a pedophile. So, the fact that this is still a discussion that's rolling That's kind of funny to me. Your buddy's father-in-law is named Adolf? Man. Go look into the case a little bit. Honestly, I would rather be named Karen. Devilish. There's certainly worse names than Karen. I'm mildly distressed by this whole conversation, I'm not gonna lie. I wonder what Adobe thinks about the common usage of the term PDF file. I wonder what Adobe thinks about that. Because don't they not like it when you use the word photoshopping to refer to something looking fake? Like they actively hate that? I know, I know what you mean, Ianamon, but yeah, no, that case has gotten this is one of the best ones. Was it? Well, that's good. You live in Italy, and the Mussolini family is still in politics, and you have a friend named Bento after the World War II. I think it depends on where you are. I mean, like, living in Canada with a mostly German family, or like displaced World War II people. I think a lot of that stuff is a bit more taboo over here, humor-wise. And I don't think it's got anything to do with righteousness. I think that this is my channel. And if I say that somebody can't be named something, that's it. And I'm ending the discussion here. Chat room, you can post beers or something if you want to remove it from the screen. Any further discussion is just going to be timed out because I don't want this discussion to continue. The fact that it's gone on this long is fucking offensive as far as I'm concerned. If I say shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. Let's move on. It shouldn't be that goddamn complicated. Evening, Taylor. How are you? I've got bigger problems anyways, such as I'm chiseling a hole into hell. I mean, Reddit. Sorry. So the game just hitched pretty heavily. And that's why. Maybe not. No, maybe. Are they coming for us? Yes, they are. Making bedrooms are always worth it. because bedrooms allow dwarves to put their stuff away. I'm not making bedrooms at all in this fort as kind of a challenge, but bedrooms are always worth it. You should always make bedrooms for your dwarves. Pick up equipment. Well, if you want to go die, dwarf, you want to go die. I can't help you. And here we go. I'm very happy I got all of this sealed up. Space potato!
Space potatoes unite cheered. X 1000. Give M hell.
Thank you very much for the 10 bucks, mate. There's a couple of them. Word. Okay. There's a kid trying to pull that lever. Did you just kill a demon? No, you didn't, but you are vomiting. And trying to run. Oh my god, it's a goddamn clown car. Here they come. Oh no, why did you do that, dwarves? Oh man. They left a brick. Has the lever been pulled? Kiddos pulled the lever! Oh my god, we got him. Okay, well.
No!
Not all of them. What are these things? These are flame ghasts? Huge humanoid composed of flame. It has a square shell and it squirms and fidgets. Okay, well. So far, so dwarf. I'm pretty sure Dwarf Fortress has had this particular set of demons longer than Minecraft. So, Flameghast, what's the Banshee of Flame? Banshee of Fire, we already killed those, 2 of them. So, are there actively dwarves fighting right now? They are fighting with each other. So currently, there's a whole bunch in this clown car right here. And then there's these guys down here. Now, I could open this and let them in. Or I could try to redirect them somewhere else. Or I could try and fight them. But if I try to fight them... Actually, hold on. Could drop a wall right there and a wall right there. From up here. Which would lock all these guys in here. Yeah, I mean, ghasts were not invented by Minecraft. I won't deny that it's funny, though. Although the question is, where are they going to go? Let's just watch for a little bit. That's not anxiety-inducing at all. Not at all. I will say, I should block this off. Or even better, block this right here and try and cage trap a bunch of them. Can't wait for a Dwarf Fortress movie. I mean, I've joked about like a Netflix original Dwarf Fortress short for ages. Just because I think it would be really funny. Although most of these dwarves are probably all off to take a break. Frankly, I don't blame them. It's this area that has me perplexed as to what to do with it. I mean, these guys I can just drop a brick on. That's actually not an issue in the slightest. What if? What if? I simply crushed them all. Because I can crush them pretty easily. Like, this ain't even a difficult thing to do. It's just gonna take a minute. That would have been really funny if I just kind of left that there and then they dug into the ocean. What would a Dwarf Fortress movie even do? We've talked about this before on this channel. A Dwarf Fortress movie would just be a series of shorts. Very similar to Love, Death, and Robots kind of deal, just like an anthology thing. Also, Marion, thanks for the $1, by the way. I didn't even see that. This is just going to leave some of them locked in there. But I think it's a worthy cause. And then for down in here, I'm not so sure. Not so sure about down here. I'll have to probably dig another channel somewhere and release them into there. It's gonna take a while. That, or I could just do that, I guess. Like, just make another really long hallway or something, and then just hook them up to it, but that seems cheap. These ones I've already got here are good enough. Can demons drown? No. They will also happily swim around in lava. Which is why I'm very lucky they haven't made it into the lava sea. Actually, you want to know what a Dwarf Fortress Netflix original would be? See any Krug Smash video. You're welcome. Like, literally, that's what it would be. That's not terrifying? Oh, I know. Oh, I know. It's horrifying. This one's easier to do, and we can do it quicker. Well, this is going to take a little bit. Is there a way to force them into a given area? I mean, there's a way to do almost anything. They're kind of already forced into an area. You just need bait. But in my case, they're all forced into an area because I've, you know, not given them a way out, which kind of is that. This may actually be faster if I do this way. Although this should all be... Change blueprints to... Change standard selections to blueprints. We'll just do that. Do this area afterwards. Same with this. Well, actually, I can just get rid of this. Because of how I've redone this. Because they're just digging up in here. Of how to drop ceilings on enemies. Chat, would you like to explain it to Ruin? Sorry, you're still in timeout mode in my mind. Which means I'm going to be sassy and sarcastic for the remainder of the stream. If you would like an explanation, there are many videos on my YouTube channel with very detailed explanations of how this works. Otherwise, you can sit patiently and witness. If chat would like to explain it, they're more than welcome to. But I'm feeling crunky. Welcome back, DS. It's good to see you. But yeah, no, there's many ways that you could do a Dwarf Fortress short. That could be cool. You would like to see those stories that they exist? I have not shared this world's legends data. I have in the past, but not for this one. Mostly because this one's about 3 gigs. So it's kind of like a not small upload. And the save file for this is bigger than that. It's not the biggest that I've done, though. The biggest world I ever had in Dwarf Fort was like, it's like a 20-something gigabytes of data. They're not trappable, right? Nope. I know that, like, whenever these conversations happen every single time I catch something like this, it always goes through that they're not trappable, they're not this, they're not that. You can drop them, because, like, if something isn't cat trappable, and they're considered large, then you can't drop them or crush them with a drawbridge either. But what you can do is if you open up a trap door underneath them, that makes them fall. So, you know. If there's a will, there's sometimes a way. Not always, just sometimes. Somehow I managed to not trade with my home faction friggin' again.
Cheese for everyone!
For everyone. As the good saying goes. Okay, so you, up here, get linked to this, and this will be the first demonstration. Diagonal's not considered load-bearing, so these centerpieces will fall when this is destroyed by something. Connecting it to a lever destroys it. There's a crap ton of lawyers making bank. I mean, I really quite like a pool of magma. Oh, they're toppling all the cage traps. Huh! That's actually really funny. Like, really funny to me. Von Aurorum. I'm not sure how to say that. Thank you very much for the tier 1. The brand new tier 1 subscription. I appreciate you. That means a lot. It really does. Let's see if I can get these first two in one swoop. So now we just need to remove the roof. We're removing all the walls around it. You know, that might be my most unjustified ban of all time, but I've just decided that I really don't like that person. That was the tits. It truly was the tits. The hard parts with cave-ins is you'll rush filling the gaps near the walls with grates, or something else. The flyers will burst out every time you channel. Not quite, but you know, just gotta witness the pieces. Which seems fair to you. It's my channel, my rules. They were annoying me. And being annoyingly antagonistic and asked me to name a dwarf Diddy. So they can get fucked. And hopefully they enjoy it or something. I don't know. Let's go this way. This tool always confuses me. So this here is ready to fall, and this here is ready to fall. am going to throw a safety door in. Maybe 2. Horses fighting with a naked mole dog. We got no migrants this season. And that's it. We're just slowly going around the edges here. Although all of this, I'm just going to get rid of that to make my life easier. It'll be just plain old easier to do it this way. So that's piece number 1. Maybe I'll actually just be able to do all 3 of them at once. I was going to do 2 first and then a 3rd one, but the speed at which they're hooking these up, might as well just throw a 3rd one in. Missile Thrush, thank you very much for the prime. Do not have to retask each mine order. Not in the vanilla game, but the benefit is that you only need to do it once. As in, like, yeah, you need to retask each order, but at the very least, you only need to do that whole process once for each layer. So ideally, I'm going to lock all these guys in here. Ideally, I'm going to crush everything in here, which is very few at this point, actually. And lastly, crush these guys, and then be able to reset this and try and catch some more of them. Oopsies. And then I may just dig another long-ass tunnel along here and then connect to this and try and go in from the side on these guys. And that'll be the majority, I think, of the big initial flood of big monsters. How have I not even cleared one of these? Who's doing this task? Is somebody missing like 2 legs? No health problems. My butt. Also, chat, can I get a couple more beers for that brand new Prime subscription? The whole fortress is an arena, Matt. Have you seen the front foyer? I don't blame that dwarf, frankly. You've been feeling anxious, have you now, dwarf? I don't know why this dwarf is repeatedly picking this up, but I'm just going to forbid it. Also, Zombirds, thanks for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Now we've got another dwarf running down. Your friends don't understand what? The content? I mean, there's part of me that wants to say you need new friends, but can you have a minor? I'll give you a major. Or a chromatic, even. I don't know how many actual miners I have. I've got dwarves with picks assigned, but very few of them are miners. Do you want one with a beard or one without a beard? I mean, my knee-jerk response on birds is get better friends, but the reality is I don't have any friends who play this game, so, like, you know, it's, do other things with your friends is what I try to do. Knights is a nervous wreck. I'm sorry. Finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. Is conflicted by this since he values harmony at an intellectual level, or as an intellectual concept. He is inattentive to detail in his own work, sometimes cruel and quick to anger. He likes a little excitement now and then, and is generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. Considers what others think of him, and he has an active sense of humor. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he rolls his eyes when he's exasperated. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. Values family and finds blind honesty foolish. Likes copper and clear zircon and cassowary bone, as well as the color purple talp and amulets and ballista arrows and giant leopard geckos for their coloration. And the words of the lutes of pantomiming and the sight of the pantomime of flutes, and when possible prefers to consume muck roots and purple amaranth beer. Pendant amaranth beer, not purple. And quinoa flour, and absolutely hates lizards. You like the expensive flour. You got some friends who are magically not dead, which is kind of crazy, actually, and you're going to go dig. Welcome to the fort. And congrats on the 5-stream streak. Okay, so this is fully separated, as far as I can tell. Just gonna make sure. Yep, so this one's connected. This one's almost connected. And we just need this one connected, and then we can start pulling levers.
Might as well share this while I'm at it.
Thanks for the tier 1. Cheers. Getting all the notifications, my friend. You didn't know that Dwarf Fortress has cassowaries? You don't see them very often. But then again, there's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that I could say that about, so. So all of what's in the basement right now is that initial, like, influx of evil things that come flying into a fortress right when you dig into hell, because they don't leave the map, right? That initial influx isn't like normal creatures. And if I'm looking at that tube correctly, it kind of looks like they're all in there. Because if I go down into hell real quick, I don't see many. Or any for that matter. So that is actually really hopeful and exciting. There we go with the next one. I really should have put these, like, mechanisms closer. This is what I should have done. Or made them closer. Also, I'm gonna go fuck with something while I'm here. Curious. Wondering if there's a way to dig these. I know there used to be ways to force dig this stuff without it canceling, but like that might do it. I don't know. I'll have to fiddle with it once we get down and in here. But we'll get in here. It's just going to take a while. I think we've got one more after this to link up. Where did the demons from hell go? They're all in my tunnel, locked behind 2 drawbridges, and then up in here. So I'm trying to basically siphon out as much as possible through cave-ins. Also, I've kind of screwed this up, actually. Oh well. This one's too far over. It's okay. So I'm trying to siphon them out into tunnels and then crush as many of them as I can, which I'm doing right now. And then we'll figure out what to do with the rest of them tomorrow, probably. Because we're probably about 2/3 of the way done, and assuming I don't lose the last of my population, because as is obvious, we haven't been getting migrants for a while. I do think that there is a chance that we can complete this. Chat, I think it's... Oh, I can't tell Kronk to do it. I think it's only fair that I gave you the warning. I'm pulling a very important lever right now. Alex is off to go do it. Pink Fountains, who killed a Sauropod devil. Skull Spittles. And has been in the fortress since the 1056. So let's hope this fucking works. I don't know, post an emote expressing excitement, chat. There they go. So that's the first chunk right there. That's the second chunk down here. And this right here is hopefully the third and final. And all of these things are now stuck in here. Although, apparently they have a direct line into my fortress. Which was not intended. So I've got to go build a wall here before they break these doors down. Because they will. Slight miscalculation. But, I did squish a lot of them. Regardless, they're all now stuck in here. And I can go just across here and just fucking seal them in. No, they ain't happy. I did name a dwarf knights, not knights are slow, just knights. I could actually make another demon fishbowl. The more I look at this, I'm like, yeah, no, I could do that. I could absolutely do that. Do you plan on a circus colony? I mean, if you go look Demon Fishbowl up on my YouTube channel, you might see what I did in Fire. I think that's the name of that video. I think I literally called it Demon Fishbowl. I made a giant ball of glass once and filled it up with lava and then filled it up with demons. And then dropped it using mechanisms and supports a good couple of layers down and watched them all explode and die inside. It was glorious. That was a good fort, yeah. Positive memories on that one. But visiting it in adventure mode was a bit of a pain. It was too green, though. Like, if I could have changed anything about that fort, I would have made it less green. But, oh, if you mean circus colony by, like, building in hell, I don't use the word colony, because colony is just, like, synonymous with RimWorld. If you mean like building stuff in hell, I want to build a library down there. I'm very happy I put a wall there. All right. So. I mean, while it ain't perfect, and while we still have a lot of space to mess around in, the goal still stands. We just have all these things now. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to dig through this and just go this way. See how far we can get. Although, honestly, I think these dwarves have earned some crafting. Like, I think that they deserve a chance to just put things away for a bit and maybe go make some clothing. So I'm just going to go up to all these clother shop jobs and just allow them to happen again so they can unforbid these. And honestly, I think the fort's in a better spot than it was in 20 minutes ago, but frame rate's still perky. Uh-oh. Thieves? Oh no. Whatever shall we do? There's some kobolds on the map. I just really hope that we're able to trade sometime in the next 15 years with my home faction. Dear Surprise Town, please come trade with us. It would be nice if you were to do such a thing. I mean, we are at 55 frames a second, which is the frame rate that I've set it to. So, yeah, that is really good. God, these things are giving me anxiety, man. Also, Celistaris, how is you doing? I've built a lot of things in Hello in many forts. Yeah, but it's been a while. It has genuinely just plain old-fashioned been a while. It's gonna take a while, isn't it? The blockade didn't... We didn't build anything in Hell in that fort. The blockade just jumped into Hell. I've had many dwarves since then jump into Hell. Or, more accurately, slip into Hell. Or fall into Hell. Or get pushed into Hell. Or, like, you know, not intending to end up in Hell. In fact, I once jumped into Hell and then asked a demon for directions. That was a time. It said there's no way out of here and then killed me. I mean, a lot, like, okay, so I used to play this game on a potato, right? Nights are slow. And I've learned that you can have a very accurate Dwarf Fortress experience if you just simply tweak your game to be that way. Like, only play in 2x2 maps. Set all of your like citizen settings and things so that you get migrants with lower populations. You can set it so that sieges show up when you have smaller populations and never really go above 80 dwarves. And you can have a very similar gameplay experience at a better, more playable frame rate. Unless you're okay with the lower frame rates. Yeah, I did have broken legs. Correct. Wait, if you have broken legs, do they say that there's no way out regardless of if there is? I mean, I was able to move. I did fall like multiple Z levels down onto Slade, so yes, my legs did explode. Yeah, I know what you mean by the cosmic background anxiety. Although this actually ain't the best way to do it. I should just do this. I realize I'm doing this again, but it ain't over until the dwarfs scream. Shh! How dare you? It ain't over, okay? I feel called out, man. Remote viewing, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Not for friends, but just because you don't need all the XY space? Yeah. When you have so many Z levels. Yeah, that's something else that like I will never fully feel like I need to worry about is like saving space. Clobberologist? Okay, I very rarely call out names of people that have been gifted subs, but like that is amazing. I would like to study for my master's in clobberology. That's an A+, that. Ain't gonna complain about that one anytime soon. That's pretty good. Certainly gonna toss that onto my list of one of my favorite not real degrees. Space Potatoes, thanks also for the 5-pack. Your cousin only got a bachelor's in clobberonomy. Clobber on my waywards. Something or another. Okay, so this right here, I'll give you a tug and link you to that. Yes, thanks for the 10-pack. Did you have to show off? Come on, man. Was this all because of the clobberologist? You even got Killed with Style and Tsar Nicholas in that. Both were here today. Appreciate you, mate. Tsar Nicholas has been following me since 2017, which is crazy. There's a point where the numbers just start getting hard to comprehend, you know? You wanted the choo-choo train? I mean, hey, you got the choo-choo train. Almost. Almost. I just need one more gift sub or a resub or a prime sub. Or $1 in bits. What's going on? So chat, does anybody want to give Gandhi the Slav a very TLDR version of what's going on? I'll try my best. We invaded hell, and there's demons everywhere. And they sort of got into the, like, mines. And so I'm working on trying to section them off into separate places so that they're not all going to fight us at once. And I'm working on squishing some of them with big rocks and turning other ones into less threatening pancakes. Mostly that. Shap9, thanks for the prime. There you go. That's a hype train. Level 4 already. It could level up again with 2 more primes. You guys have been too kind to me, though. Seriously. All sellout nonsense aside. You guys have been too kind, so thanks. Oh, great. Let's see, is that full of lava? Because if so, that's kind of a problem. Celastaris, thanks for continuing your sub. Only one more, and it levels up. Morning from Australia? I mean, it's a little clowny in here. Yay, no more rent? You mean you've paid rent, or like you don't need to pay rent anymore? I don't know what that means. Please don't give me your rent money. If you need rent money, please don't give me your rent money. You don't need to pay rent anymore, so good thing? That seems like good thing. Congratulations on not needing to pay rent anymore? Fortress is pretty good on L. Hype Train needs $5 in bits or 1 more subscription to level up. Actually, this is a really terrible idea. Because that'll leave an open space in the floor, which will cause things to cave in, and it'll be bad. That's a bunch of demons in my basement. Yes. Also, as far as Dwarf Fortress terminology goes, as far as I'm aware, I'm the first person to refer to the caves as the basement. So that is a thing that I popularized, which is kind of crazy to me, as far as I know. Super Moon! Please don't super moon me. Or moon me, for that matter. But thank you very much for the priming of me. I appreciate that. For the 2nd month. Welcome back. Now I just need that to be built. And then we cave it in and see what happened. And Von Aruram, thanks for the very first 5-pack of gift subs. Hey, you got Elray. That's somebody who's here. Kiki McFace is also a good username. All right, so now I can pull this lever. Who gets to do the honor this time? So why is there a bunch of demons in the basement? Well, because I broke their wall down. Remote viewing, thanks for the $10.
Remote viewing cheered. X1000.
You guys are kind of breaking all of my expectations, I'm not gonna lie. So thank you. Oops, and I forgot to pause and watch that happen. Well, I didn't catch as many as I wanted, but I caught some of them. So I managed to get these guys out here. Separated. And also not make any new holes in the ground, which is good. Which actually means that I can do this as well. We kind of already did at the start of the stream. Devilish, but yeah, sure. Yes, definitely got to punch past tomorrow's daily minimum. Is what we got to punch past. I appreciate it all the same. So now that this is all locked up, it's now less distance to go. I actually don't know. I'm guessing till about there, probably, right? You wasn't here for that. Fair enough. It's this right now that I don't like. Could do a little witty bitty cave in right there. I just want to block these guys in here. I don't want them to be able to get out. Is the actual issue. That's not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do is this.
More hype for a cave-in.
Many a cave-in, man. Thank you, Aqua, with the tier 2 for a 53rd month. Welcome back, dude. It's good to see you, mate. Hope you've been well. Also, Punzi. Hello. I didn't actually say your name when I said hi to you earlier. How much frizz does this have? 2 subscriptions or $10 in bits? I don't know if I'm quick enough. Oh, never mind. Anonymous gifted 5. Well, I just gifted 2, so I was the second anonymous. Also, I just received 30 days of unlimited anime, which is one of the funniest fucking things I've ever read. I know that they're doing that, but that is really funny. Yay. Just what I always wanted. Unlimited anime. Yeah, you get 30 days of Crunchyroll. So, crushing them doesn't actually destroy their bodies. So I'm actually wondering if we'll be able to butcher them. Maybe. We'll see. No, actually, I didn't want unlimited anime. It's also not that unlimited if it's 30 days. Like, isn't that literally the definition of limited? It's limited anime for 30 days. If it was unlimited anime, then it wouldn't be limited to 30 days. All I'm saying is, like, maybe don't say it's unlimited. I would just say, hey, you have a Crunchyroll subscription for 30 days. Like, ah, cool. Also, that's not all of the anime, so thus it's a limited portion of anime. It's all the anime that you can consume. Yeah, I love how a lot of, like, these ads have had to change their wording, where it's just like, unlimited breakfast with your fucking food in plastic subscription. Well, and now it's like, unlimited breakfast for the duration of your from your membership or whatever. Desokan, thanks for the $3.
Desokan cheered. X300.
Appreciate you, mate. It's right up there with buy one, get one free. I mean, what it actually is they're all just 50% off. No, it's just buy 2 with half off, exactly. That's just a 50% off discount, mate. It just sounds like a lot more because you're saying that you're getting one free. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm paying for 2. You know, honestly, I think I'm just going to leave that code not redeemed. I know this might be a crazy statement, but I don't think I'm going to watch any anime. So thank you very much for the generosity today, chat. You guys have kind of blown me away a little bit, I'm not going to lie. It's also more bits this week than most of last week, already in one day. Let's see if you can just do this. We're also digging through more of these. Just naked bulldogs, is that all it is? It's all of the naked bulldogs. Last few down. That to go. Now this. Up here's done. Okay, jump over to this. You're all hooked up. And you know what? I missed the last one, so I'm just going to wait here. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat, which expires in 20 seconds, so appreciate all of you. Let's hope I didn't fuck this up. I don't think I did. There it goes. Boom. So now all of these demons are locked off in their own area. All of these demons are locked off in their own area. If I actually go up above here, did any... Okay, so there is a little gaggle of them up in here, so we're not really in the clear with this area. But aside from this looking like an absolute fucking mess, we've got a good deal of them out of the way now. Well, thanks for all the support. Yes? You also are amused at the... Well, obviously, for your free trial, you have to promise to pay them if you forget that it's just a free trial for 30 days, in case you want to continue watching your unlimited anime. Forgotten Beast Rekko is here to Rekko me, probably. Stranexorus, it has a knobby shell and a bloated body. It's a feathered petrosaur. Its fern green feathers are long and broad. Beware its spit, which is deadly. Beware my deadly spit. Meh. Oh, and it's in hell. Well, it's not a very smart demon. It's not a very smart beast. Just... Brrrr. Man. Should have checked himself before he wrecked himself, you know? Whoa, did that clear them all out? Holy shit, I think it did. Just this guy. Wait, did they? They did. There's also just a shell left. Do you think I could very sneaky quickly, like, just throw a door there? I doubt it, right? Unless... I think that this is something that we will worry about a little later, because I think probably playing it safe is the way to go here. I realize there ain't much that's safe about digging into hell, but like, if you're gonna do it, you might as well, you know, do it in a way that isn't just gonna kill you. Also, what are down in here? We got a White Spectre, a Flame Ghast, and a Demon of Brine. So the Flame Ghast is a huge humanoid composed of flame. It has a square shell and it undulates rhythmically. And it squirms and fidgets. The Demon of Brine is a very large lizard composed of salt. And you are a White Spectre, which squirms and fidgets, has no shell, and is made of salt. What if we just fought them? What if we just fought them, chat? Hero did die today, that is true. It's a shame, really. I did say if Hero dies, fort's over. But the fort has changed quite considerably since then. I think it would be a shame to just say fort's over. If anything, that challenge is over. So who's ready to, you know, dig into some demon homes? We must place a statue of Hero in hell, I think. You're gonna toddle off to bed? You have a good night toddling off. Chip, 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 chip away. There's a flat bridge under that. This seems quite bad. I mean, define bad. Bad as in many dwarves have died? Certainly. Bad as in there's demons all over my basement? Certainly. Bad as in my population is very low and I haven't traded in 3 years? Abso-friggin-lutely. But we're not dead yet. I'm gonna wait until this dwarf digs through that. I was gonna say, why are you digging so slowly? And then I realized that the game's paused. Dwarf, why are you digging so slow? It's because I'm getting a little overzealous, I think. Come on, Dwarfus. Oh, I fucking did it again. I think this guy's giving up. Come on, Dwarfus. Run, Dwarf. Run Oh, I was going to say run faster, Dwarf, but I mean, if you want to be brave like that. All right, chat room, place your bets. Who wins? Sorry, I didn't give you time to place your bets. It is time for Where Fell the White Spectre to move its way into my fortress. And hopefully it doesn't take out any more. It's currently getting turned into a pincushion. Oh my god. Oh no! That's just rude! The hell? That's just mean! The fuck, dude? He was sleeping! Okay, the dwarves took out the one. But we did lose Alex. Rest in peace, Alex. That was one of my better commanders. And now we're going to go fight these two. Dwarves? Oh, I actually, I know, that's midair, right? Yeah, that's it. That's the issue. I don't know where this child is going, but Kronk is being very brave and cleaning up some blood, I think. Please tell me that isn't your mother. Or your father. No, it's neither. Okay. Shoutouts to the dwarf that decided to take a nap in the bed where the dwarf before them died. We started at 56. Shh. I'm letting my bad judgment take hold, okay? Don't worry about my bad judgment. It's my bad judgment, not yours. Oh no. Speaking of bad judgment, Ustath is winning with the bad judgment. And is now dead. So is somebody else. Tisk. Yeah. So are you. Come on, you're just a lizard. It's just a witty itty bitty wizard. Lizard. Lizard. Come on. Poke your head up. You know you wanna. Oh, come on. There you go. Dwarves got him. Easy peasy. Now... tell a dwarf to go dig through this. And tell the rest of them to go stand back here. What is 10 more dwarves, right? Uh-oh. 11 more dwarves. Sorry, Xanthium. This dwarf also, I think, came from my previous fort. Yep. The dwarves are only just realizing how much of a mistake I've actually made. All right, fuck it. What could possibly go wrong? Aside from everything. It's time for me to regret everything, chat. That's a lot of dwarves in a pile. Come on, dwarves. Don't fail me. You're gonna fail me, aren't you? Tisk. Dwarf, you should retreat. All right, this is it. I need a round of beers for good luck, chat. Stop counting the dwarf population. I repeat, stop counting the dwarf population. Because trust me, we got bigger problems. Come on, dwarves. Somebody can be a hero. I'm just pissed off that it's not moving. What I should have done is smoothed the wall and then positioned Mark's dwarves in front of it. Oh well. I should just kill this fort, shouldn't I? What is even the point at this point? The problem is we're not getting migrants, right? So because we're not getting migrants, I have zero real chance of rebuilding this fort. Like, if I was getting migrants, this would be a very different situation. But I'm not getting migrants. So that puts us into a very real shitty spot. Going by this in adventure mode would be an area surrounded by about 50 demons. You realize that, right? Like, you do understand that all of these demons would be in there. And I'm not gonna lie, I kind of had my fill of Dwarf Fortress adventure mode for like 6 months when I did that 0 to hero challenge. So I'll do it again, but I'm not quite feeling it. I'll do a short thing, but I ain't gonna train for 6 months to actually be able to fight this. Speaking of fighting this, here we go. Why'd you just run away? Come back here. Mark's dwarves are shooting. Dwarves are fighting. I'm gonna follow my adventurer. This is the best chance we've had, but also the highest chance of death. Good timing, game. I think we're starting a new fort tomorrow, chat. That's not fun, though. I mean, like, here's the thing, bootlegger. I don't find that even remotely fun, because it's just, like, no brain. I gather some people find that fun. To me, what's fun in adventure mode is, like, the starting with nothing. Like, the build-up. Like, that's just, like, eating the candy without making the candy, if that makes any sense. I think probably the thing to do with this is start a new fort in this world, because I really like this world. And play as a different Dwarven faction, because the faction that I've been playing as is basically dead. Like, they have one other site aside from the other one that I made. Play as a different Dwarven faction and then try and steal everything from this site is probably the actual game plan. Because this thing's probably going to kill everybody. So what I should really do is just open the floodgates. Just open the hole into hell. Unless they kill it. If they kill it, then we'll see where we go. But I think that's it. A vile force of darkness has arrived. I'm just gonna lock this door and this door. Someone's gonna go pull that lever real quick. And everybody who's left, I'm just gonna tell them to go stand like right here. Chat, I am releasing hell. This is it. This is actually it. So if you've enjoyed this fort this far, well, it's ending here. These are the final moments of this grand fortress. Thrall is running around. The last few dwarves are all being found dead. There's blood in the living room. Telling some dwarves to go and hide in the back here if they can. That's where I've told them to go station. My Baroness is trying to butcher an animal. But is now dying. After dropping Jesus' shield. Rest in peace, dwarf. Honorary dwarf, that is. Snail the Adventurer, I'm going to expel. The Mayor, I can't expel. Ice Blue is in hospital, so there's nothing I can do about you. Brian, I'm gonna try and expel to that location. Rundorf. You may or may not make it off the map, I'm not positive. Oh yeah, also there's goblins coming in. Oh. There's a demon. Here they come. Tiger's been elected mayor, because Thrall has fallen. What the hell did you miss? You tuned out. You missed excitement. Initially, me being overly optimistic and then giving up is what you missed. These goblins are in for a bit of a surprise. And so ends another fort. Well, you see, it isn't quite over. Do you want to know why? It isn't quite over? Well, you see, we still have a dwarf who can't die. There's also this dwarf who's in prison, who's currently mayor. What a way to be in prison. Completely kitted out in adamantine gear. I'm not going to come here with adventurers. I know for a fact the adventurers didn't get out in time. I thought I saw a dead one. Yeah, there you are. So here's the final thing that I can do. Or that I'm going to do, I guess. There's fire right there. Let's actually not dig down. Maybe just down the one tile. He's already started. In adventure mode, there will be demons in the vicinity, but they don't really leave the vicinity. This is my were creature. You get to be here for the death? Yeah, you do. I'm gonna do this for my sanity, by the way, because this is gonna take forever. So I'm just gonna say, dig now. Because is were creature, and were creature is very, very slow. Josh, the grizzly bear woman's been missing for a week. And you... Oh, I can't expel you because you're nobility. Well, here's what I can do. I can make you into a messenger. Send Baskribit. And you're gonna go make request of somebody off the map, or you're just gonna go die. I mean, that's also a possibility. It doesn't matter if you burrow him, he'll ignore it. Okay, so here's what I need to do. You will have to watch the VOD Shutterbug. And now you know what I'm going to do. I could just retire it. So all of the dwarves are off map. Everybody else is dead. Well, the one dwarf that was still alive is off map. The fortress is now run by demons. I could abandon it, or I could retire it. If I retire it, then technically it's still part of the same faction. The story of this fortress lives on. Now the question is, what the heck do we do tomorrow? I kind of want to play a new fortress in the same world and then try returning to that fort. Like, try reclaiming it. I'm not going to adventure that fort. I was saying that a minute ago. I'm kind of done with adventure mode until they add new content to it. Because I did kind of play adventure mode for like 3 weeks straight with that went to legendary and everything thing, and I'm good for a while. Yeah, so I guess that's the plan for tomorrow, chat. We're going to play a new fort in this world with a different faction. And play for, or maybe part of the same faction, I don't know. Probably wise to do different faction. Play as part of a different faction for a bit. And then reclaim that fortress. And that's the plan. Because by the time we reclaim that fortress, that's going to be chaotic. But think on it overnight. I don't really know what the next limitation or challenge is going to be. I hadn't really thought about it too much. Everybody joins a squad is kind of fun, to be honest. But yeah, I'll think on it. If you guys come up with anything overnight, let me know on Discord or in the morning. But I'm gonna go eat some food because I'm hungry and I've been streaming for 10 hours. So, YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. I hope that you enjoyed the stream. I'm just gonna vanish for a second. Hope that you enjoyed the stream, YouTube chat. We will be on tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific here on Twitch, 10 a.m. on YouTube. Later's YouTube. All right, Twitchosphere. To those of you still here, you ready to go raid somebody? I trust